Yeah, good morning. Hexing work quantum day. Today we have again a very, very full program. Yeah, we start with the motivational talk. First Professor Business Altheos, one of the finance experts. I won't say much about him because he will probably mention the stories about his life. So he has half an hour to introduce himself. Yeah. After him, we have a short presentation. I saw her in the corridor, but I'm sure she will come. Yeah, from NRF. Yeah, and that is probably very interesting for you because maybe I'm not sure what she will talk about, but she'll probably present a very good opportunity that NRF offers. And for you, it's an opportunity to ask her a question, challenge her if there are issues or suggestions that you would like to address. Yeah. We hang and we agreed that at the tea break, we will take our famous group show. Just outside the building. So after the last talk by Canizile, we just follow Hank and he will tell us where if he wants us to smile so that he can take the photo. Yeah? So that will take probably 15 minutes so that we will come back for the tea break and then move the whole program by 15 minutes. Yeah? Because we were supposed to finish 3:15, but we will finish at 3:30. Yeah? So that there should be the and at 3:30, we move again to the Nielsen, where we have a public lecture by Dr. Maria Fruit, experts to the world, and she will give a talk against some snaps. And then I think for all of you, Vina is organized. I always forget the name, but I guess whatever. Whatever you are. Yeah, there should be dinner waiting for you there. Yeah. And now, yeah, let's give the phone to Liz. Liz, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Francesco Petroccioni, for such an opportunity to talk to the students, the bursary holders of NITEC. And again, when I was approached by Neri to come and talk to you about to inspire you, I thought a little bit about what topic can I discuss, because I'm a mathematician. And in particular, I did financial mathematics. So I'm going to talk to you about mathematics in modern finance or in a modern financial market. But of course, I'll inspire you my story because you are a bursary holder. Of course, I had the interesting opportunity in my life. And I was also a bursary holder at the point when I came to study here at Stellenbosch back then. So I structure my talk in the following. I'm going to give you in part one why mathematics matters in modern financial market, and then also the language of uncertainty, probability, stochastic processes, optimizations that you guys will do. I listened to your talk yesterday about machine learning and so on, and there is this concept of no arbitrage in the financial market. That means there's no free lunch in the financial market. It's not the free lunch that we always have here again. And also now I'm going to discuss you to some of my recent research on Zaronia and Jaiba, which is the interest rate model that the Reserve Bank, of course, of South Africa have hired our research. And then, of course, we're doing this kind of work with them. And of course, I'm going to give you a career path. I'm not only going to give you a career path from a quantitative finance point of view, but also just from your whatever you are doing, you guys are currently doing. And of course, my name is Messias Alpheus. I was born in a little village called Onamtai in the northern part of Namibia. At a very young age, with 6 years old, I developed a passion for mathematics. and it was already I was very young at that time. I used to play a game called Owella. Owella is a game it's a traditional game that you play, but it has involved a lot of mathematical thinking. It's just like it's just like any other games that involve a lot of mathematical thinking. And a lot of people used to say, "Oh, you are very good in this in this game," because everyone that we play with, I was always a winner. And of course, so I developed that passion. A lot of people, teachers at school, when I was already in grade one, teachers used to say, "No, you're very good at mathematics." So I started to embrace the mathematics. So of course, I graduated. I passed higher school. I was a top student in the country in mathematics, and then of course I struggled a little bit to get a bursary to study mathematics, the course that I really am passionate about. I ended up doing engineering, electrical engineering, at a technical college in Namibia called Polytechnic of Namibia. And the reason that, because if I do engineering, then definitely I can get a bursary to study engineering. But to study mathematics, everybody was like, with a mathematical degree, what are you going to give back to the company? Nobody. Okay, so I did electrical engineering. And later I went to study. I applied actually to study at Stellenbosch University to do BCom Mathematical Sciences. I came here in 2009 to study BCom Mathematical Sciences, but 3 weeks along the way, the university chased me back to, to, to Namibia. So they deregistered me. I used to stay in academia hostel here in 2000, but they deregistered me because my English apparently was really bad. So later I went back to Namibia. Then I did a bachelor degree honors in mathematics and physics, and that is at University of Namibia. And still, after my degree, I felt like I really wanted to know more about mathematics. So I needed a hook. I just needed to know much about mathematics. Then someone actually pointed me to, oh, there is this field of mathematics called financial mathematics, that you apply new mathematics to model the financial market. So like stock prices, the interest rate model, equity prices. But now you are using random processes, meaning processes that depend on randomness behavior. So now you have to talk about the probability, study measure theory in order to understand the behavior of the financial market. Because the financial market is actually not discrete, it's actually continuous, and also depend on randomness behavior, especially if you see, I'm sure you guys understand about the global financial crisis of 2007, 8, and 9, of course. Of course, you understand the COVID-19, that risk can just come from nowhere. And then we need new mathematics actually to study this. Of course, I realized that mathematics is not about numbers. There is something absolutely phenomenal behind the idea of mathematics. It is about a logical structure, very disciplined course, and also about thoughtful making. It's a lot of it is also it's a well-defined system, and of course, mathematics has also a value system. That's why I was attracted to mathematics, and up until today, I'm still very much attracted to mathematics. And this mathematics now, we use a lot of mathematics. And then there's someone actually, my goal when I was very young, my goal was to build a confident personality. I wanted to make sure, even if I walk on the street, I pick up a paper with some mathematics, I can able to answer to solve the problem. And then, already when I was at higher school, I got a name. I was named by my peers, Math Lion. Like I'm a math lion. I'm a lion of mathematics. If you see my cars and everything is written Math Lion. Because I'm a mathematics lion. So I didn't want mathematics to remain abstract, but of course I wanted to make something sensible out of mathematics. Of course, I studied here. I came back to study. The university that once rejected me, I came back to study my honors and masters in mathematics. I was in the Department of Mathematics there. I did the masters, honors and masters cum laude. But in financial mathematics, actually the year I came here, we were actually 20 students in the class, and only two of us that graduated that year, and we all graduated cum laude. And of course, and because of mathematics, of course, it's something very. And so I, is it the right slide? Okay, well, it's the right slide. So of course, this is me in the village, or in my village in Namtai in Namibia. Back then, I developed up a passion because I was I love mathematics so much. I was even criticized because I never used to pay too much attention. Because, of course, if you know mathematics, then definitely I excel well in physics because I did the Bachelor of Mathematics and Physics. And so I established a national tutoring company where I used to tutor students that are struggling with mathematics. And my personal logo was to making mathematics look sexy. So this was about in 2008 when I was already tutoring mathematics in this way. Of course, I wanted to make sure that I use the value of mathematics to make sure I bring something. So there is a recent article in Nature Africa, which is someone actually wrote my life story in Nature. So it's published here, and of course here in that article, the main point is like you should never let your circumstances to dictate your future. No matter where you're from, I wanted to prove a point that someone who actually came from a poor village in Namtai, in northern Namibia, can actually go to earn a PhD. From Stellenbosch, I got the opportunity also I got a bursary, and then now I live in Sydney, Australia. And this is where I did my PhD in quantitative finance. And immediately after my PhD, I had this wonderful opportunity. I traveled the world, and then, of course, I got the opportunity to teach at one university called University of Wollongong in Australia. I was teaching there, and of course, you can check this Nature Africa. You can just Google my name, of course. That's a recent article. And the article is actually called Thinking Ahead to Beat the Statistic. And of course, it's saying any setback and traditional game. Of course, the game is called the Owela. It's when I started my mathematical career. And of course, now, of course, I'm using the mathematics to model the financial risk in the risk in the financial market. And we're using the proper mathematical tools in order to define this risk, actually. And of course, because of mathematics, so these are the tools that we use: probability, stochastic calculus. Stochastic meaning it depends on random. You are using the randomness theory in order to model the financial optimization. How you optimize, if you have a portfolio, how you optimize the portfolio in order to make numerics. Like of course, these are I saw Monte Carlo simulation. How to if you come up with a technique, how do you solve that technique? Maybe there's no closed form solution, so you have to use numerical approximation. You can either use finite difference, Monte Carlo, fast Fourier transform, and cos method, which I mean Fourier cosine method, and also a lot of simulation in financial market. And of course, there's a lot of statistics that you have to do, inferences, statistics, filtering, like maybe common filter, extended common filter, or other types of filtering processes in order to get some underlying variables. And of course, economics and no arbitrage theory, which is a very underlying theory in economics. No arbitrage, that means there's no free lunch. And this is what we we're actually doing. And this is, of course, based on the work that these guys won a Nobel Prizes, Markov in 1952, and also Black and Scholes method that came up. If you know about pricing options, this is the Black and Scholes methodology that was actually invented in 1973. And of course, why, of course, mathematics sit at a modern finance? Because of course, the prices in the financial market behave in a randomness, and you need new mathematics in order to model this randomness behavior. And of course, portfolio selection. And of course, if you want to simulate many scenarios in Monte Carlo simulation. And of course, these are part in order to predict the future. And of course, in the financial market, what you want to do is to predict what is the future ahead of you. What is the asset price in the future? And that's what you want. And of course, if you look at the distribution, you want to actually check what is the risk in the tail of a distribution. And this is now the tail of a distribution. And then that's what you want to measure the risk. There are two types of risk measures, the value at risk. It gives you a number that within a particular period of time, your portfolio value will not lose this amount of money. As a portfolio manager in the company, you need to use a lot of mathematical equations in order to be able to measure that kind of risk. And of course, then now you are talking about the stochastic processes, because this is a diffusion that captures the riskiness in your financial market. And so because of that, a randomness process, that equation is called stochastic differential equation. And again, because of this mu, this is the expected rate of growth in a real world probability. And then, of course, this is what we call the geometric Brownian equation. And that's what Black-Scholes actually started from. And of course, then of course you can use you can set up a portfolio. Then you want to make sure that you minimize your risk using that portfolio, and you come up with this PDE. This is partial differential equation, and that is a PDE for Black and Scholes equation. And again, there's quite a lot of mathematics, interesting mathematics to derive. Already at my third year level, the third year that I teach here at Stellenbosch University, they have to come up with this PDE. Of course, it's a partial differential equation. It is a boundary conditions. And then, of course, you can able to price to find the value for option. This is the value for option. And R there is the risk-free rate that the bank, like the Reserve Bank. Of course, model risk, of course, is one of the most important in financial market, because you can apply a particular model, but that particular model is not suitable for that particular situation. So now that's what you call model risk, a risk that comes because you applied a particular model, and that's called a model risk. And of course, portfolio optimization, that means if you have 100 Rand, for instance, you want to make sure that you put 20 in equity, 20 in bond, this amount of much in what? The reason is that you want, at the end of your investment period, you minimize your risk, and then you maximize your expected return. And that's what portfolio optimization. So you minimize your risk, given your whole entire, you invest everything, given some particular expected return. And that's what you are doing. And again, there's a lot. Computational finance is also one of them. You need to know how to do the computation. And this is a very interesting. You come up with a model, data, use some numerical, you validate your model. And then I'm also a specialist consultant for first round. And mainly what we do the validation. Before all the models that first round group deploy, the model has to be validated. So now I'm the chief of that. So every month they give me something like a pack of like 250 pages that I have to go through and also check that the models are. And then I made a decision whether this model is good or not, then the models will be deployed. And there is so quite a lot one can do. And so I'm going to tell you about some case study of my paper that I just published this paper at the Reserve Bank of South Africa, and the Reserve Bank, these are peer-reviewed publications. They go through peer-reviewed, and this is event-aware jump diffusion Zaronia. And the main reason is we have a memorandum of understanding with a sub, and of course they wanted to know about how can you model the JIBA. JIBA is a rate, it's called the Johannesburg Interbank Agreed Rate. It's a rate that big banks, five banks in South Africa, contribute every day. And this JIBA now is coming to an end. At the end of this year, JIBA will be no longer. There will be new rate, which is called Zaronia, which is South African Rand Overnight Index Average. And this is the rate that will now be applicable from the end of and from the starting of next year. And they now wanted to know how to model this kind of rate. And then I came up with a model. And then, of course, I was part of the last year, it was the NDA convention or a conference, and it's called the MPG, the Market Practitioner Group Conference. And I was the only academic there who I was a part of the panel member. And the main reason is that I had to teach them from the academic point of view how to model this new rate. And then again, because this new rate, the dynamic of this new rate is different because the JIBA was forward-looking, but now this Zaronia is now backward-looking. So now you have to come up with new mathematical thinking of how to model this kind of rate. And of course, I said much about new mathematics, of course, a lot. And then, of course, I consider a model with a jump, because now, of course, you see in this new rate, this jump, and then the jumps are captured here. And of course, there's quite a lot of there's a lot of mathematical structure that are linked there. And then, of course, I think there is a lot. And then there's another paper that was published in International Journal for Theoretical and Applied Finance. And this paper is on wine investment, meaning wine is not only to drink, but also to do investment. And again, look, of course, I put the National Institute for Theoretical and Computational Sciences here, because I'm an associate here. And of course, this paper actually say that South African wine is not only good for drinking, but also good for investment. It actually shocked the whole world, the whole South Africa. A lot of wine farm here in South Africa. I created the first wine index, and this index is actually traded on Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We actually set up a wine investment vehicle. All the wine are stored in London. And this is a big amount of project. We actually, few months ago, we established an app on you can actually download it. So it's like easy equity, where you can actually just invest in some wine. And again, it's a published paper, very academic. And these are the top wines that are in. If you're a wine lover like myself, of course you will see these are the top wines in that made up that index. And again, you have to use a lot of new mathematics. And again, this is what I was telling you. This is the wine investment vehicle that we created. It's called the Active Managed Certificate. And this is where you can actually invest into the wine. And this is actually managed by Share Capital. It's also a company in South Africa that actually do that. And of course, there's a lot of tools like Python, MATLAB, R that we use, and a lot of numerical thinking that involved into this project. And of course, like I said, there's academic research, industry project, and also student opportunity. But what we do, because I'm part of the quantitative finance, we got a lot of quite good money from the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And the reason is that we want to bridge the gap between academic research and also what's happening in the industry. So that is industry practice. We solve problems that are related to industry. And of course, there's a lot of maybe the student working on internship project, maybe build a lot of learning how to model to come up with a new mathematical model in order to model this. And of course, there's quite a lot about benchmark reform. This is interest rate, the interest rate that is actually changing. And also climate change and energy transition is also one of the of alternative asset class. Like, of course, you want to model the asset class that are not traditionally, they are not common, but of course, there's value in AI and computation. And again, it's one aspect of research, which is very important. And then, of course, I'm going to show you, I'm an editor-in-chief, Menti, for the for the South African Journal of Science, and this is one of the multidisciplinary journal in South Africa. I publish all the research from any other areas. So what I do, I'm an editor-in-chief, Menti, and of course, probably I'm hoping I'm taking over from Professor Leslie Swart, who is the editor-in-chief. And of course, what I do, I only don't contribute I don't just focus on publishing paper, but I also judge. If Professor Francesco sent his paper to me, now I reject it. So I'm the one that makes decision whether to accept the paper or not in this journal. And again, I'm also an editor in the Journal of Futures Market. And again, this is a Q1 journal. Again, this is an international journal on that, but this is more on derivative pricing. Imagine someone, I wouldn't have imagined someone from a poor village of an Amtai to become an editor-in-chief. I was even once rejected because of my English, but now I'm the one I'm making decision for this big journal. And again, I'm also an associate editor for the International Journal of Theoretical and Applied Finance. Of course, here, when they did the announcement, of course, I'm very grateful. And this is purely on finance, applied finance. And of course, I'm also now I'm driving the innovation finance for sustainable growth, pioneering solution in the emerging market and energy transition. And this is the research program that I'm leading here at the NITEX. And this is called the NITEX Quantitative Research Program. And yeah, of course, this is what I wanted to share with you. I want the main message that I want to. So you have a great opportunity that you have a bursary, but you never let yourself you never let your circumstances, where you come from, what kind of family structure or whatever, what university you're from, you have a potential to become somebody. Just embrace the current school that you are doing, you are studying. Thank you.
There's some quick questions for me, yes, please.
Hi, Dr. Alphys. So this is about the Java.
Yeah. Zaronia, backward looking. Yeah, backward looking, forward looking, that means you can able to estimate in the future. But backward, that means it's only looking at the past data. Meaning you can't really be able to estimate the future. And that means you need new mathematical models that can help you to use this mathematical thinking to estimate the future in the new rate. Yeah. No.
Yeah, please.
You have really good English now.
I hope so.
Yeah, how did you get there?
Yes. I remember when I came here to Stellenbosch. There was a language lab somewhere there that I used to do quite a lot. When I went to Sydney, I also did a diploma in English, academic writing. That's why I improved myself. And yes, and me, I'm a go-getter. I try to. If you criticize me, I try to take that serious. And so, yeah, I try to improve myself.
Any more questions? I'm sure Mesa will be here.
Yeah, the whole day I'll be there.
Yeah, and
Oh, yeah.
one is easier to ask questions.
Yep.
Okay, Mesa, prepare once again. You have the NRF presentation. Yeah. Melissa Governor from NRF. You have does he have the slide of it?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Charles. Good morning, everyone. I'm Melissa Govender of the NRF. And unfortunately, we're going to go into some boring stuff now. Sorry, the legal stuff behind your scholarship that you hold. So what I will be doing is going through the conditions of grants. What we find is that students and even researchers don't necessarily read the documents. It is quite long and boring, makes it. It's about 9 pages long and it's all this legal stuff, right? But it is important that you understand it. So what I'm going to do today, I am going to go through not the entire document, but I've picked out portions where we get a lot of queries or a lot of problems. And I hope that this will be of help. Okay. So you'll see I'll start off with conditions of grant. We'll go into the general conditions, and then I'll take you through things like the minimum requirements, just touch on the scholarships, the different types of scholarships, supplementation, breach and cancellation, defaulting, and then I'll just give you some. So that's the first page, the top part of the document. So that's the document we talk about, conditions of grant. And you'll see that you should take it up within the first 2 months that the award has made. Now, I am aware that with the NRF Connect system, once the award is made, it actually stays on the system, even if you don't take it up. And so we have students who come back to us maybe the following year and ask, can I still take it up? And unfortunately, that's not possible. It has to be taken up in the year of. And picking it up within the first 2 months also helps us. It helps the National Institute, because then we know, okay, this grant has been taken up, all good to go. If you don't take it up, we can then allocate that funds to somebody else who needs it. Even if you have to go in and reject the award, if you're not taking it up, that also helps us. Okay, so going into the general conditions, all our awards are provisionally made. And what that means is just because you receive an award letter doesn't mean you automatically get it. We then check eligibility criteria, that you meet the minimum requirements, etc. When you take up the award on the system, you have to upload certain documents like proof of registration, your academic transcript, so we can check your marks. And then you'll see there it says that it goes hand in hand with the framework document. Framework document is the document that goes out with the call, and that outlines the entire policy, eligibility, funding decisions, reporting requirements, things like that. So just to touch on what are minimum requirements. So these are really your eligibility criteria. I don't think we have any honors students here. It's just masters and doctoral. But when it comes to honors, we support South African students as well as South African permanent residents. We don't fund foreign students under our honors. For masters and doctoral, it's all nationalities. In order to be eligible, you have to get 65% or more for your previous degree. So, for example, if you have a doctoral scholarship, you need 65% or more for your master's in order to be able to forward the doctoral scholarship. We only fund full-time studies. We unfortunately don't fund part-time. We want students to finish within the minimum period. And the minimum period of support, maximum period of support, I will get to in a bit. I'll explain that briefly because that causes some confusion with students. There are two different scholarship types that we offer at the NRF. We have our full cost of study and we have our partial cost of study. In order to hold the full cost of study scholarship, you have to be a South African citizen or permanent resident. You have to be financially needy. And what that means is you have a household income of less than 350,000 Rand per annum. So that can be checked through the ISFAP financial means test. And there was an option for you guys to apply under that, under the general call. If you attach proof of NSFAS or ISFAP funding, we take that as proof of financial need. So then you get awarded full cost of study. And then you can be an academic achiever. So if you obtain 75% or more for the previous degree, we will award you full cost of study. And then you can also be a person with a disability. For partial cost, that's for everybody else, those students, all nationalities, those who achieve less than 75%, but over 65%, and those who are not financially needy as well. So carrying on with the general conditions of grants. One of the queries we always get is, okay, I'm still, my master's, for example, is taking longer than expected. I can't take up the doctoral scholarship this year. Can I move it to next year? And the answer is no. We can only defer grants to the second semester of the year that it was awarded. We can't move it to the next year. Okay. If any of you are under that, you'll have to apply under the new call that will come out soon. And when it comes to the payments of the grants, we look at your proof of registration. So I know institutions differ. So you have your institutions who will register you for the whole year, but other institutions allow you to register per semester. If you are registered for a semester, we will only release half-year funds. Full year registration means full year funds get released. And now, when it comes to payment of the funds, we always get queries from students. We release the funds on our side. It is up to the institution then to claim the funds. And now each institution also has its own financial processes. So it's dependent on that when it comes to payment. So for example, I know one of the institutions has this refund form that has to be completed by the student before they get the funds. So if you are unaware of any of your financial processes at your institution, please contact your designated authority at the postgraduate office. Okay? And if you don't know who that is, you are more than welcome to ask. Okay, period of support. With the NRF scholarship, we fund the first year of honors, the first 2 years of masters, the first 3 years of doctoral. If your master's is upgraded to a doctoral degree, we give a total period of support of 4 years of funding. Right? So if, as an example, you complete 1 year of master's, it's then upgraded, you'll get 3 years of doctoral funding. If you complete 2 years of master's and then it's upgraded, you'll get 2 additional years of doctoral funding. It's 4 years in total. And then extension support, you can either get 6 months or 12 months, but I will talk about that. I just want to give you some examples. So here, doctoral example, year 1, 2026, your NRF Netix support starts. 2027 is year 2, 2028 year 3. That's 3 years. First 3 years of doctoral, right? Easy. Your second example, I've called it year 0, 2026, and that's your pre-proposal year. We don't fund a pre-proposal year at all, and we don't even count it as year 1. Okay, so we only start looking at it from your official registration date. So that will be 2027 year 1. And then it will continue for the 3 years. And then this one. You were registered in year 1. You didn't receive a scholarship. That would be the year that you applied for the NRF scholarship. You were awarded the next year, year 2. So that means year 2 and year 3 will be funded by the NRF. In year 4, you are beyond the maximum period of support under that NRF NITIC scholarship, and you have to apply for extension support. And I hope that makes sense. So the same thing will apply to your masters. If you are going into your third year of masters next year, 2027, you have to apply for extension support if you need funding. Okay. Now, NRF extension support, I've gotten a lot of queries from some students here as well. It is not managed within our team. It is not part of the National Institute budget as well. It is managed by a completely separate department at the NRF. It's a completely separate call with its own budget. And that's why we can't, at a later stage, say you forget to apply for extension support. We can't just move you over because budget is extremely limited. So, for example, this year, the extension support call will go out with our general call. So it should open around end of April, beginning of May. You'll see honors, masters, doctoral go out. That'll be the general call, and there'll be another call for extension support. So if you are going into your third year of masters next year or fourth year of doctoral next year, please apply for extension support. You do have the option of 6 months or 12 months. Advice would be apply for 12 months, because if you apply for 6 months and the time comes and you see, okay, no, I actually need 6 months more, budget is very, very limited. So it'll be very difficult to extend that 6 months to 12. Okay. And just a note on your extension support application, if any of you are going to apply, your supervisor must respond and they must support the extension. If they don't support the extension, your application will not. Okay, so moving on to supplementation. Again, we get a lot of queries here. So if you're awarded an NRI scholarship, you are not allowed to hold any other fully funded bursary. So whether it's from the MRC, CSRR, any other government bursary, we see that as double dipping. We want to allocate funds to other students instead of students double dipping. Okay. And then in terms of supplementary funding, you can get that, and that's more like a top up. So it's like 20,000, 50,000 Rand to cover your running expenses, for example. But there is a cap on that, and it's based on the institutional maximum limits. As an example, if you are getting 100,000 Rand from the NRF, the institutional cap for that level is 150,000 Rand. You can only get supplementary funding of 50,000 Rand. Okay, so employment is a big one. We often find students, there are some students who actually are employed, and then we find out a few months down the line, and then we cancel the scholarship because students are not allowed to be employed, whether it's on a contractual basis or permanent basis outside of the institution. In the institution, you can undertake duties like tutoring, demonstrating, but again, there's a limit to that. It's 12 hours per week. And I spoke to some of the NITIC staff about this, and there seems to be a confusion about clause 15.4, which talks about internship program and the internship program that happens here. I think the internship program here is 3 weeks. The internship program that we're talking about here is sort of full-time employment. Like we have interns at the NRF, they come in and they work their full 8.5 hours, whatever it is. And they have, basically it's a full-time job and they get a stipend. That is not allowed. Okay. So tutoring, demonstrating, you get paid at the institutional tariff rates, all good. 12 hours per week is the cap on that. Okay. In terms of breach and cancellation, again, like with the employment, if we find that you're employed, we will cancel the scholarship. If you have lied in your application, we will cancel the scholarship. And then whatever funds you have received, you have to pay back. And that speaks to that as well, awarded based on any false or incomplete information. And also, for those of you who are new scholarship holders, please note that come the end of this year, you'll have to complete a progress report. If you don't complete a progress report, firstly, we can't release any continuing funding. but there is a chance that your award will be cancelled. And then you will have to pay back the funds that you have received, okay? And we don't want that. But I know the NITIX team is very good in terms of reminding students about progress reports when they are due. And don't forget. In terms of defaulting, the NRF is giving you a scholarship to complete a degree. And if you don't complete that degree, you again will have to pay back fines. So in terms of the defaulting student process, it is managed by a different team within the NRF. And essentially they'll get in contact with you. You'll have to fill out a form. If you're still completing your degree, I mean, we really are not harsh. You can just tell them, I need a bit more time. Please, can you give me a bit more time? And they will. If you have dropped your degree altogether, you will have to pay back the funds. You'll get the team will put you in touch with our NRF finance, and they will say to you, what can you afford to pay back on a monthly basis? If you awarded like 100,000 rand, we don't expect, at the end of the month. If you can pay back 500 rand a month, that's what you can afford. That's what you can pay back. But that being said, we are here to help you. We are here. We want you to succeed. So if there's anything that you feel is going to, say something happens and it's going to affect your completion time, we are here to help. So please let us know, talk to us. The normal protocols that you talk to the NITIX staff first, that will be Renee and Nelly, and they normally get in touch with us. But I am here as well. You are more than welcome to contact me. And yeah, and that's really it from me. I hope I've covered a lot so that you don't have to really go back and read the documents, but it is important. It is a contract. So take some time, understand it. If you don't understand any of the clauses, just pop me an email. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry to ask about paying process in terms of working 12 hours a week. Is an institution then, because they've given us a place now as an institution and we work by do they have the right to say that as we know in August we have to tutor for free? Or
No. It's you can get paid, but it's according to the institutional honorarium amounts, whatever they pay for that position.
let me put it how it is then. We are required to tutor for free throughout the whole university because we are involved.
Oh, is it part of the academic service?
Well, I
But-
changed this year. That's why I'm asking if that is allowed or is it something that we can bring up or because throughout the years it was something that we can tutor.
Yeah.
This year came along because you
Which institution is this? Rhodes, okay. I'll have to look into it.
I spoke to
Maybe.
his name is today.
Yes?
She also told me that she's unaware or everyone is unaware that it's actually
Yeah, I'm also unaware of that. So I'm gonna go look into that. And I also, the statement of expectations doesn't say that as far as I know. So I'm going to go query that.
just another thing. So
I want to do
something about 18 hours.
That's the academic service,
Yeah,
yes.
the year. Would it be, it has to be completed or documented?
Yes, ideally it should be documented. And then when you do your progress report, you can upload whatever document it is, even if it's something that's just signed by your supervisor. And then you can upload it to the progress report.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up about the 80 hours of the academic service thing. Does being paid or not affect if hours are counted towards that?
So with academic service, it's not supposed to be paid as far as I know. It's
Okay.
something that you do, and it's a way for you to grow within the institution as well and to help others.
Okay, so like
So-
being like paid for tutoring wouldn't count towards those hours then?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then also, or the follow-up is then just would a signed contract that this amount of hours is going to be done, be and not paid for it be enough of a documentation for that?
Yes, that's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, since we are the tech NRF, right? If I'm working for NITEC, like teaching carpentry and all that, does that count to that 80 hours or it has to be like at Rose University?
So when we talk about the institution, we are referring to those.
Also,
So the contract, yes, the contract is.
So that doesn't count as the academic, the colleague academic count.
Well, Netflix is based at Stellenbosch, right? So you can do it that way. So if you're doing your 80 hours academic service through Netflix is based at Stellenbosch. Have your supervisor. Sorry.
So we have a
It's
note.
so- It's fine.
Yeah, we have a note that
Fine. Yeah.
How?
Yes.
Also.
Yes.
we have a note at
Because-
every single
Yeah, I was
university in
gonna
the
say that.
country.
Yeah.
So we, Netflix is a consortium of 26 universities plus AIMS. So even those people at AIMS are also this is a great position to be in. So we literally have an office at every single university. If you talk to us, you're talking to all the universities in South Africa. So that's great because then it can, we can then motivate that counts towards your, this is actually something we want to encourage people is to help us with the carpentries. That's a wonderful initiative. So thank you for putting your hand up and volunteering.
I have another question. So there's the 12 hours that one can get paid with tutoring and stuff. And then there's the 80 hours for academic service. So if I'm paying for the tutoring, do the 12 and the 80 hours budge or how are they demarcated?
No, they should be separate. As I said, the academic service is something we want you to do to help other students, to help the institution. So it should be separate from your tutoring, which you're getting paid for.
Okay, so I can get like a part-time job and some maybe like next student assistant, and then I can still do my 80 academic hours.
As long as that contract you're talking about is 12 hours per week, that's fine.
Can I also just clarify, the 80 hours is per month, right? And the 12 hours is per week, right?
No, the 80 hours is for the year.
For the year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, these people should never sleep. Okay.
Okay, that's one thing not related to what you presented. Is there any information about the NRF symposium? And another thing, do you have travel grants for conferences and all?
Okay, so symposium, that will come up later in the year. So that information will be circulated closer to the time. When it comes to travel grants, we used to have travel grants related to or linked to the postgrad scholarships, but that's not there anymore. There are the KIC travel grants, and that's specifically for conference attendance. But there are rules related to that. So for example, if you are, I think it's from PhD level upwards. If you are a PhD student, your supervisor can apply on your behalf. I'll send Renee the details. Again, it's managed by a completely different team, but I'll get the framework documents and I'll send to you.
Yeah, I might have just misunderstood there. Yesterday, during the NETHEX presentation, they talked about travel grants through being a NETHEX bursary holder. I don't know if that's administered by the NRF, so I don't know if it's relevant to you, but they said NETHEX bursary holders could attend the ICTP schools. For example, there was a school on string theory in March or April.
That's through NITEX.
It's through NETHEX.
Even through NITEX and ICTP.
So then
You have to apply on the ICTP website. Then they see that you are South African and they ask us for the money. Yeah.
Because when I looked at it, I only saw it in January during the battle.
Yeah.
But then the financial like assistance period was like passed for registration on the school.
Okay, that's.
So, but it would,
But that would
you'd have to be,
Yeah.
so you'd have to apply during the
Yes, yes.
financial assistance period.
Through the ICTP system according to their rules and deadlines.
Okay.
And then if you're accepted, they send us the bill.
It's actually a very good point. So a lot of these calls and things get put onto the NETHEX newsletter. I just want to make sure that all of you are on the newsletter, okay? Please make sure that you're on the newsletter because there's a lot of valuable information that gets sent in the newsletter and we hide some of the best nuggets at the end to make sure people read the whole thing, okay? So some of these really nice opportunities are there, you know, so you have to really make sure, read the newsletter. Let's say yesterday, I don't know if you guys had time to see, there's a newsletter that came out. Yeah. So there's a lot of very nice information there, a lot of calls for, you know, opportunities. Yeah, so just make sure you're on the newsletter and make sure you read it. Because if you don't read it, you're gonna miss wonderful opportunities. Okay. So, and also, you know, we all oversubscribe, you know, there's a lot of information. So I was thinking maybe that we should, you know, have like a, I don't know, just a WhatsApp conversational group. But some of the people here that are involved with the NETHEX internships know that for all the years, we always had like an internship WhatsApp group. And it's nice, people share opportunities with each other. You know, these people are looking, Vodacom has got this fund or that. And it's just a nice communication platform to share with each other's opportunities for extra funding, trips, overseas opportunities for growth. Yeah, so so if you thought you were getting lots of the communication, now you're going to receive more, but it's nice opportunities. That's how you grow and develop. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
I just have one question. So you mentioned that when you upgrade, you know, it covers the rest of the doctoral degree if you're in a master's.
Yes.
I just want to know, like, is there an application process for that? Or if you're like registered as a master's and you're funded, and then say at the end of the year, you do an upgrade seminar and it gets approved, then how does that work? Because with like the deadlines and stuff like that.
So there's no deadline. It can happen at any time. All you have to do is submit the documentation to us as proof that your upgrade was approved. You also have to just submit a letter from your supervisor confirming it. That's it. And then it's, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, another question. I've seen when it comes to like amendments on the, I think, grant management system or portal or whatever, I've seen information on that on progress report documents. Do you only have to, like, let's say, change the title close to when you're going to submit your progress report, or should that be done like at this period?
Do it when your title changes. And I say that because students normally forget. And so when the progress report's open, we get this flood of requests to change titles. So it will take a lot longer if you do it at that time. So when your title changes, submit to us.
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, do you guys probably factor in that especially on the grants itself, maybe let's say you are giving out 100,000, you factor in that what do you call this? No,
Okay, just describe it for us. What do you?
Like to factor in that there's price changes and those kind of things.
I mean, inflation.
Inflation, yes.
Oh, are you talking about if you come in at a certain value, you stay and that value is the
like
rest of the scholarship?
Yes. If it's 100,000,
Goes up, will
yeah, maybe put in 5% inflation to factor in.
So, yeah. So it's impossible for us to change the scholarship value every year in terms of continuing students. We'll do it for a new cohort that comes in. And right now, for the new call that's coming up, a decision has been made to keep the value the same for the next 3 years. Because it's just in terms of budget, it's not possible. And with the volume of students, because it's not just the thick students. When you talk about general scholarships, it's a few thousand students. So that's why it's just impossible.
to ask you, okay, if I'm doing my master's at the end of the year, I finish. For the next year, I have to reapply for PhD.
Yes, so if you're finishing your master's this year, for example,
Yeah.
you need to apply for doctoral when this call comes out now in end of April, May. Because the call opens now for funding next year.
Even
Okay,
if you just funded me for like a year, like.
it's because it's a different level, it's a
Alright.
different application.
And then is it a must to have, I don't know, there's a situation when tutoring a student or something, you're supervising a student.
Oh, no, that should be a non-compulsory section, is it not? Should be. Yeah, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
So, when you're doing your final year masters, is it advisable to apply for extension and PhD, or you can't do them both?
You shouldn't, no, you can't do them both. You have to choose. So are you talking about the application on the system? You can only do one application. So you can either apply for extension support or you can apply for PhD, I think.
That's exactly what I was going to ask, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of, sometimes people aren't sure. Am I
Sure.
going to make, do I need to apply for a new one? Am I going to, so that sometimes happens. Then people pick the wrong one and then they unfortunately snookered.
But I think an advantage that you guys have as the National Institute is the ad hoc call
Yeah.
that opens the
So,
year.
so then what is your advice? What should we advise people, rather than, if they're not sure they're definitely going to make it, rather apply for extension, and then if they, let's say, see they've made it, then they can apply for ad hoc call for PhD, let's say.
Because extension funding is way more limited than NITX funding. Right?
Yeah.
So rather apply for extension support, that's if you're really not sure, and then they can approach you and have, you can link them to the ad hoc call.
Can I ask you maybe also just to clarify, because sometimes I get this question, if somebody, let's say, starts with us midway, starting in some degree, yeah, then they're wondering, do the NRF count them from when the NRF starts funding them, or from when the degree started?
Yeah, when the degree started.
You see, so that's sometimes people come up against that, where the NRF funds them 1 year, but they're already busy with the degree for a number of years. And then they say, but hold on, I only got funding for 1 year. The NRF grants so many years. And then I just explained to them, sorry, it's from when you first registered for that degree. It's not from when the NRF started funding you. So that's important for people to know that,
Yeah, especially for applying for extensions.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, so just about the inflation one. When I was in undergrad, I had NRF surveil, that was something was in. So is it a new thing?
Australia wasn't supposed to do it. Yeah. Okay. We had that discussion with Surrey. But it happened, and yeah.
Follow profile.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Frank,
You want to say?
We want to talk about the ERTT grant for travel, the equipment related travel.
Oh, would you like to talk about that?
No, it's fine. We also have what we call an ERTT, which is equipment related travel and training. It's when you want to go and get a training to utilize a certain research infrastructure. Maybe it's not here in South Africa, maybe it's somewhere in Europe. You are able to apply through your supervisor. We can apply for that particular grant. So it allows you either to travel there or to bring an expert to South Africa to train a number of people, maybe in a particular setup. So we have that particular travel opportunity as well.
This sounds like it's
For students or?
grants. It's only for doctorals.
Yeah, it used to be for masters and but now it is restricted to doctoral now.
Talk about the device, so that everybody knows about the device. Do you all know about how the device story works? Are you all clear on that?
Okay, so device allowance, that's the 10,000 Rand. It is only for full cost of study scholarships. And it is paid once off. So if, for example, you had an honors scholarship with us and you received the device under that, If you get a master's scholarship at full cost, you're not going to receive that device allowance again. So it's once off for the entire duration of your studies. Nothing.
So that is really helpful to know about that and to apply for it, because if you don't know about it, you don't ask for it. It's one of those things, they're not going to come to you and say, here's your 10K, you have to apply for it. So this is how life works. You have to ask for it, then you'll get it. But nobody's going to come knocking on your door saying, here's your 10K. Okay, but that's really nice for devices.
The institution allowed to take that money and give you a laptop, or they have to give you the money, then you go buy the laptop?
No, you should get the money and you go buy the laptop. Yeah, because the device then doesn't belong to the institution, it's yours. Yeah.
It's a monthly, so it is as the laptop.
There's a military process or to the very advanced you can buy one of the laptops from the voting stuff and that too.
No, some supervisors, they were like, no, you buy the laptop and then give you the laptop. So you get that confusion.
Oh.
But you guys, do you
I
guys
think-
get option to choose which laptop you wanna buy?
No, they were just giving them.
In our institution, we get to have like quotations in which laptop we want, then we give them that quotations and then they just.
But if you want the money yourself, they give you the money.
No, you don't get the money.
Or they give you laptops.
Yeah, but with your preference, laptop of your preference.
It's not really different if they're only giving you 3 options. I'm saying it's not really a laptop of your preference if they're only giving 3 options.
Some of us would buy from our pieces are
Oh.
around for something big.
Yeah.
So the university tends to top up
Yeah.
that amount. It's normally it ends up belonging to the university once we are done with it.
It will happen. It will happen.
Okay, one last question.
I wanna ask you, regarding that equipment travel funds, do we also apply through our supervisors or we can do it ourselves? The same way as the KIC?
To make a very strong case, normally it's advisable to apply through your supervisors.
Supervisor.
They look at the track record also of the applicant. You can apply as a doctoral student, but you know it's a very competitive.
Yeah, you have to know the names.
So. Happiness.
Yeah, that's thanks. We have coffee breaks, lunch, opportunities to engage further with Melissa if needed. So now let's continue with the presentation. Don't forget that because you realize so just copy the same sheet as yesterday, just keep marking the from Emily.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And daily will do the statistics adjustment. Yeah.
no, I can't put it that way.
There are 2 talks now, and then we have the photo shoot and the coffee break.
Where's the arrows? It's a PDF. Okay, this one.
So.
Okay, time to. Right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Morgan, and I'm a second-year PhD student, currently doing my bioinformatics PhD at Rhodes University under the supervision of Professor Özlem Tastin Bishop. And I'm going to be talking today about a portion of my PhD, which is entitled Predicting Mutation Occurrence and Functional Consequences in SARS-CoV-2 and autoflavovirus methyltransferases using machine learning. So for maybe a little bit of background, so we've seen many pandemics
most notably the recent SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 pandemic. And there are also many epidemics that occur around the world, and viral epidemics, including what we classify as orthoflavoviruses. So you may have heard of things like dengue or Zika or yellow fever. And all of these cause global health crises or national health crises. So researchers try and find ways to treat people. So usually they will create antivirals. But now the problem comes in where they create these antivirals and then the viruses mutate. And they find a way to still function, but now the drug cannot bind properly, and so you get resistance to the drug. And so we get back to the problem of not being able to treat people properly. So we want to look at the mutation level, where these mutations are happening in the proteins, and we want to know where these are going to happen and maybe when they're going to happen and how often do they happen. So our aim is then so that we can develop machine learning models to try and predict when these mutation occurrences are and the consequences of these mutations. And that will be in proteins such as methyltransferases. And I'll be looking specifically at SARS-CoV-2 and orthoflavoviruses. So we've been trying to produce models where we try and predict the mutation occurrences for certain proteins, including those, but we've run into some limitations already. So we're working with really small data sets. So if each record is like one residue or one amino acid in a protein, and if your proteins are about 300 residues, that's not a lot of data you're working with. Partially, this also feeds into the next point where we're sort of seeing large variances when we split our data. So depending on what's in the training, validation test sets, we get very different results for our models when we train them. And the last part is that our performance is still moderate even when we do try and predict with these models. So to try and overcome some of these limitations, we can do certain things like trying new features or trying to test on new targets instead of maybe mutation occurrences that we get from previous data. We can also try and recalculate the features that we have been using with newer methods that might give us more information. And we can also try different models. But I'm going to talk specifically about a new target that we've tried. So we are going to try and use deep mutational scanning scores. So this is basically an experimental method where for every residue in a protein, the researcher will mutate that to every other possible amino acid and test the effect of that mutation in wet lab. And then that will produce a functional score, like an actual value that we can use that tells us the impact of that mutation on whatever you're testing for. So depending on the function of your protein, it will give us sort of difference as to what that functionality or the stability is. So we want to use that as our target. So we tried that. So we took our original models, which we were targeting mutation occurrence, and we were like, okay, let's just use the same features that we've been using before and now try and predict the DMS scores. So we already had data for a different SARS-CoV-2 protein, which is main protease or MPRO, and we also were able to find experimental data for the DMS scores. So that's why we went with that. So we used our structural and sequence-based features to try and predict those scores, and we saw maybe a slight improvement. So we thought, okay, let's try and actually use some of our most important substitution DMS scores as some features to predict the remaining substitutions. And again, our performance improved a bit, and we were also seeing less variability, which was a bit of a good sign. But then we were like, okay, let's now see how we can push this. So instead of using the features that we were currently using, let's just try and see what minimal subset or of DMS scores where we substitute to the fewest number of amino acids as possible to try and predict the remaining DMS. So we tried to do that, but that came with some problems themselves that we had to solve and think about. So how many scores is minimal? So we want the fewest number of features as possible to still get good performance on our targets. And also which combinations of those substitutions are going to yield the best results for us. So We tried to use some heuristic methods where we were using like feature ranking to try and see if we could find those combinations, but unfortunately that wasn't working. So in the end, we used a brute force approach where we literally tested every possible combination of those scores to predict the remaining ones. And we did that for where we went from 2 substitutions per residue to 6 of them. So predicting 18 to 14 targets. And through this, we identified that 6 substitutions was a good trade-off between performance and then also not having too many scores as features to predict those targets. And we also then were able to identify the combinations that we wanted to use, and that was looking at the accuracies that we were getting for all of our targets for a given combination and seeing what the worst one of those was, and then looking at those worst scores over all combinations and choosing the best of those. So we did this on our MPRO data set. So we were like, okay, we found these combinations, but it's only for one protein. What's going to happen? Does this even work for anything other than that protein that we've looked at? So we then did some zero-shot prediction to try and see whether it would work any better or worse on other proteins. So we looked at proteins from different organisms, so other from the viruses or bacterium or even human proteins. And we also looked at a few different models. So we can see with we getting from our naive classification, we're getting better results than the naive. And we've also got, we were seeing that for the proteins that had a similar sort of function, so if they were enzymes and did something that was close to what our training set was on, we were getting pretty good macro F1 scores. But as soon as we started going to proteins that were like structural, so they form structure and didn't like have enzymatic activity, we were seeing much lower macro F1 scores, and the variance between the combinations that we tested was much larger as well. So at that point, we sort of seeing, okay, we're getting small data sets, we're getting some pretty good results at this stage, where we see this difference where it's good for the same protein, different assays that they used, reduces slightly for similar function, and then reduced quite a lot for structural. And we're getting reduced variability, especially in the brute force section, which is promising. And another thing is that with this, we have some real world application, because at the moment, when you run this experiment, you have to substitute for all the 19 remaining amino acids. Now we can substitute 6, use those, predict 14. And we're in the process of revising our manuscript after peer review. So we're hoping to get that published. And I'll also be presenting this at a conference at the end of this month, the International Conference on Antiviral Research. So unfortunately, our main aim hasn't been achieved yet for the PhD. So we sort of being able to start predicting functional consequences or these DMS scores to some extent. But also, unfortunately, we're still using experimental data. So we haven't managed to split the two entirely apart and use structural or just sequence data to predict this. But what we have got are some baseline models that we can now start working with and extending through different methods, new features, going from like classification to regression, because we've been working on classification at this point. So either it has the normal function or it's lost its function. So we're hoping to get actual scores going at this point. But what we also want to see is, based on this performance variability, can we ever get to a point where we could just remove DMS scores entirely from the features and be able to predict what we'd like to help us in pandemic preparedness? And I'd just like to acknowledge all of our collaborators for part of the paper and the research we've been doing, and also all our funders. Thank you very much.
I'm just wondering, you said that you one of your limitations are small data set. Have you considered making artificial data or including synthetic artificial data to increase performance, increase the number of
So yeah, it would be nice to use like make the data sets much bigger. The only worry that we have is that biologically what you expect is not often what you get. So I'd be a bit worried about making synthetic data and you're believing this to be true, and then you actually haven't understood the underlying way to make the synthetic data, and then your model's learning things that might not be. Yeah.
Back?
Yes.
Please.
Wait, so are there any plans to like maybe take this into the lab? Try,
Yeah, so
edits.
Yeah. So we don't have a lab to run it in necessarily. We'd have to find someone who would try this for us. But we at this point we're just saying there's this potential. You can choose. There'll be certain combinations that we will publish, and then they can go and substitute to those 6 combinations, and then predict the remaining 14. At this point, it's only classification. So you're not going to get the actual scores. It's going to be like it's wild type or normal function, or it's lost its function. But we're starting with that. So if you want to know, is this going to sort of behave the same way or differently, you can kind of get that at this point.
Okay, yeah, that's really cool. So then, validate your computational data. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Can you see that? Here we go. Population.
I can just press it. Good morning, everybody. Standing before you is Nkona, but then you can call me Kanye. I'll be giving a talk about my current research project titled From Band Gaps to Gas Maps, Cobalt Oxide, Zinc Oxide, Smart Sensors for Greenhouse Gas Detection, Greenhouse Gas Emission Detection, under the supervision of Dr. Katekani Shingange, along with Dr. Deboho Mukena and Professor Rudolph Erzis. Like I said, my name is Kanya. I'm doing my 2nd year in Masters from West University under the MPRI. I'm also a media license for the South African Institute of Physics, where I get to post on their social media platforms like the LinkedIn, Instagram, and we also host matric workshops for grade 12 where we teach them physical sciences. I'm also I'm a member of the Women in organization that helps empower women in physics. We recently had a departmental lunch and it was really amazing. I'm also a laboratory assistant, physics tutor, and a mentor for 1st-year students at Bursary University. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll take you through the introduction and background and then all the way to acknowledgement. I hope you enjoyed. Now, going back to my introduction and background, you may ask yourself what greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases are the gases in the atmosphere that trap the heat and keep the earth warm. And without them, the earth will be very cold, and which is a very bad thing. So, excess greenhouse gases lead to global warming and climate change. Examples include carbon dioxide, methane, carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is very dangerous because it's odorless and doesn't have color. And let's say in this room, there was a carbon monoxide leak. Within 10 minutes, all of us will be dead. So there is a need for these greenhouses to be detected. But then if they're not detected and then they have high emission levels, these are the consequences. I'm not gonna talk about something that is so far-fetched. This is what was happening in my community. By the way, I'm from Limpopo, and Limpopo is very hot, but I'm light skinned. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. But then in January, we experienced a severe flooding. As you can see, the first picture shows like the shopping center, your KFC, your McD was flooded, the mall was flooded, like chickens were dying, houses were inside the water, and it was even difficult for me to even come back from school because of this high excess emissions level of greenhouse gases. So these are some of the impacts. Now it leads me back to my aims and objectives. So this research seeks to address this gap by designing and developing a low-cost, sensitive, and reliable 1D cobalt oxide zinc oxide nanofibers. And also, this research aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals like SDG number 13, 9, 7, 11, and 3, but it's all centered around climate action. And according to like climate action, it's either you mitigate or you adapt to deal with these greenhouse gases. So our strategy is to mitigate. Then my research interest. Figure 1 shows different types of semiconductors, and my research interest is semiconductor gas sensor. And inside that gas sensor, there's a sensing material. So the sensing materials are the semiconductors that are categorized in 2 types, N-type and P-type, as shown in figure 2. Examples of P-types include your cobalt, your nickel oxide, and N-types, zinc oxide, titanium oxide, and the likes. But the semiconductors are then further categorized in their dimensions ranging from 0 to 3D. The 0 is your quantum dots, 1 is nanoflowers, nano fibers, and the likes as shown in figure 3. But then our interest lies within the dimensional 1D, which is nanofibers, because it's very good for gas sensors because they have a long charge efficiency. The materials that were chosen for P and N type is cobalt oxide, as shown in this figure. These are the crystal structures, and then the N type we chose zinc oxide. However, their own limitations and advantages, and zinc oxide has a limitation that it has poor selectivity. What do we mean by poor selectivity? As there's there are different gases in the atmosphere. So this gas sensor must be able to sense a specific gas that we wanted to sense. It must not sense oxygen, whereas we wanted to sense carbon monoxide. So that's what we mean by poor selectivity. And also zinc oxide suffer from sensitivity. It just senses everything, and which is very bad. So we try to be extra, and then we take the P and then the N, we combine. We want to see what's going to happen when we take the strong qualities of the P and the strong qualities of the N. And then now we're going to have a PN composite, as shown on the other figure on my left. How are we going to deal, or how are we going to fabricate our materials? We have our materials, we have 2 different approaches, which is experimental, and the technique that we chose for experimental is called electrospinning technique. The reason why we chose this is because this is the only technique that can fabricate 1D nanofibers. And alongside with their characterization techniques, this to make sure that whatever we've prepared is indeed cobalt oxide, zinc oxide. And some of the characterization techniques are XRD to check the structure, SEM for the morphology, PL, DRS, and the rest you can read on the screen. Another method that we're going to use to synthesize our materials is called computational approach, but then we're going to use DFT. I'm sure you've heard about DFT. Unfortunately, I'm not doing deep work under machine learning and stuff like that. Moving on, these are my results, some of the results that we have gotten so far. Figure 6 just showed the DRS spectra of our materials, and the rest of the figures are figures from different characterization techniques that we have done so far. And so far, I can confidently say that whatever we're doing is correct, because everything has, like I'll use figures 8 and figure 7 as an example, where it shows the XRD of our materials, and then we've confirmed that whatever was prepared in the lab is indeed zinc oxide, and then their composite also exists. These are some of them. Okay. These are some of the milestones that I've achieved during my first year of master's. And the highlight was having a first publication within 10 months of my master's. And it was a very, very, very sweet moment. And I was so happy and proud. Managed to attend some of the conferences, also managed or was privileged to go to Russia as an exchange student and did some workshops and everything in between. And it was so nice. Conclusion and future work. In conclusion, during my first year of MSc, I've successfully synthesized my materials and applied some key characterization techniques to study their properties. I'll then use computational approaches to better understand my material. And then I'm currently doing my Gensissing analysis. And in future, maybe when I'm doing my PhD, I want to create this guesses and basically it out in the mind. That's it from my side. But this project, sorry, but this project wouldn't have been successful without the supervision of my great supervisors on the two pictures there, and MinTech and CSIR for allowing me to conduct my experiments in their labs, and of course, my beautiful findings in our ethics. Thank you so much, Mackenzie.
Questions? Comments?
It's so interesting because this is not your field of study. So I hope you're well educated and you know something about my work.
Great. Questions?
Thank you.
Let's now about Venus photo, yeah, and let's meet again here at 11:30. And after the group photo, there should be tea break, and it's there. I can see it. Yeah, but let's go do the tea break after the group. Just please follow and the GoPro was back there and will lead us to the perfect slot for the group photo.
I'm so
the section. And I think I just told that all these politics. So we need just, I think, more on the session, yeah, and finish a bit earlier, have a bit longer lunch break. So, maybe. Sarisha, are you happy to give the floor before lunch? Yeah, thanks. Perfect. Okay, then let's start. Yes. So,
okay, yeah. Hi, my name is Dylan Govender, and today I'm going to be presenting on designing and benchmarking efficient answers for the variational quantum algorithms for applications in quantum chemistry, supervised by Professor Ilya Sonesky and Mr. Anban Pillai at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And yeah, so quantum chemistry enables us to understand how molecules behave, and it provides a good foundation for drug discovery, material science, and renewable energy development. But accurately predicting molecular properties such as ground state energies is essential for designing new pharmaceuticals, catalysts, and energy efficient materials. However, achieving this accuracy is computationally challenging. And so classical electronic structure methods used to estimate ground state energies, such as the full configuration interaction and coupled cluster methods like CCSD, provides highly accurate results. However, these methods face severe scaling limitations as system size increases. And for example, the method FCI scales exponentially with the number of electrons and orbitals, making it computationally intractable beyond very small systems. And more methods like CCSD scales polynomial, but still become prohibitively expensive for larger molecules. And so as a result of these limitations, simulating realistic molecular systems remains intractable, even on modern high-performance supercomputers. Yeah, and so to combat this, we introduced variational quantum algorithms, particularly the variational quantum eigensolver for estimating ground state energies. And it's a hybrid quantum classical algorithm that uses a parameterized quantum circuit called the ansatz, as we heard yesterday, and it prepares the quantum state. And this measures the expectation value of the molecular Hamiltonian and uses a classical optimizer. In this case, we're using the SPSA optimizer, which is like a very good optimizer for quantum hardware. And it minimizes the energy iteratively. And this hybrid approach makes the VQE well suited for noisy intermediate scale quantum devices. However, despite its promise, VQE faces three key limitations. We have the ansatz design problem, and poorly designed ansatz lack expressibility. It limits accuracy, basically. And highly expressive ansatz often require deep circuits or increasing noise. And this also faces optimization challenges in the optimizer that we use. Classical optimizers can stagnate in local minima, and the optimization landscape may exhibit barren plateaus where gradients vanish. And we also suffer with hardware noise, so limited qubit coherence times and gate fidelities degrade performance, and noise accumulation increase with circuit depth. So what was done previously, we used unitary coupled cluster, which is chemically inspired ansatz. They are physically motivated and systematically improvable, but too deep for this hardware. And other approaches include hardware efficient ansatz, these shallow circuits, but it lacks physical interpretability and may require many parameters. And there's newer methods like adapt VQE, which iteratively builds the answers, but still rely on a predefined operator pool and heuristics. So these methods still depend heavily on human intuition and predefined structures, which limits scalability and adaptability. So my solution is integrating artificial intelligence into the VQE framework using reinforcement learning or evolutionary learning and the SPS8 for optimization. And the key idea is to automatically discover and optimize the answers rather than designing them manually. So basically the building blocks is the quantum gates, and these artificial intelligence builds the answers from scratch or removes gates from scratch and sees which one is like better. So yeah. So at the core of the VQE, we have we prepare the answers, which is what is built from the learning algorithm or the AI. And it measures the expectation value of the Hamiltonian, which is used in the feedback loop. And it optimizes the parameters using the SPSA optimizer. Again, why we chose that optimizer, it's really good for NIST devices. And this repeats until convergence. And yeah, the reinforcement learning is an agent that interacts with the circuit environment. So there's quantum gates in this environment, and it can perform different actions like adding, removing, or modifying the quantum gates in the answers. And we reward this agent for having a lower energy or using a lower circuit depth, basically. And for the reinforcement learning, it allows it to learn molecule-specific circuits, structures through trial and error. We also tested the evolutionary learning algorithm, and this is just a population of candidate circuits, and it evolved through selection, crossover, and mutation. So we chose two different approaches because the evolutionary learning has a broader search space and it can discover non-intuitive structures, unlike the reinforcement learning, which is more molecule specific. In both approaches, the VQE energy acts as a feedback signal. So it enables automated learning, reduced reliance on domain expertise, and it's more of an adaptive circuit construction from the ground up. Sense. Yeah, so the results I just included hydrogen, the most simple thing. It did achieve chemical accuracy, as you can see, the convergence for within 20 generations for the evolutionary learning approach. And it's like a minus 30 to 40% reduction in quantum gates. So we only use like 4 quantum gates, and it managed to reduce it within 20 generations. And these learned circuits are more compact, less noisy, more efficient for this hardware. And this also demonstrates how AI can discover efficient problem-specific answers to reduce circuit depth directly, and how it ensures hardware feasibility. And obviously, we can see that these gates allowed it to cover non-obvious circuit designs. Yeah, and so for the conclusion, I haven't had a conclusion slide, but yeah, classical methods are accurate but not scalable. The VQE is promising, but it's limited by answers design and optimization, as we covered. And this allowed me to introduce a AI-driven approach to enable faster convergence, higher accuracy, and reduce circuit complexity. And this allows us to move towards an autonomous quantum algorithm design where machines discover optimal quantum circuits. Thank you.
Questions for Dylan? Please, one at the back and then.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question that's a bit of a stretch. So I just want to apply it to something that I've been thinking about for a long time. So you managed to achieve chemical accuracy, right? And then, if I were to use it on like a massive system, right? we're looking at maybe 500,000 atoms. Can it handle something like that?
Really depends on what you're trying to achieve in the end, because these frameworks are really good, but again, they also scale with system size.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to, maybe if you lower the the search space, yeah, you can try on smaller, and then if you see that it's working for the smaller search space, you can increase the size over time, and then it actually works.
Right, thank you.
So, good question. So, really, the biggest problem I had with this evolutionary and reinforcement learning was there's a trade-off called exploitation versus exploration. And yeah, it depends on your fitness function, so, and the environment you're working in. So the agent, it's stochastic, so like it chooses and random, but then it like moves from stochasticness to making more proper choices, because it starts at random. But yeah, so it has a couple of choices that it can choose at random in the start, and then over time it uses this information that it had or did, and then it will build it will build the circuits from scratch. So yeah, for example, the reinforcement one, it just adds, removes, or modifies. And those are just the three rules. And for the evolutionary, it's just mutation, crossover, and selection. And how it is done, it's iteratively. So that makes sense, yeah.
Any more questions, comments? No. Then Dylan, thank you very much. Let's get started. How much already? Yeah.
Good day, everyone. My name is Adam Potter. So today I'll be presenting about something that the project that we recently started. So we are trying to figure things out. So this is one of the projects that I'm doing as part of my PhD studies. I'm supervised by Dr. Mukesh Kumar and also Dr. Ashi. This project is searching for dark matter with Atlas experiment. More specifically here, we are trying to understand the backgrounds within the dark research. As we know, one of the biggest question that we have in physics is what is dark matter? So what we currently know, we know that it makes up about 27% of the universe. It has a mass, even though it does not emit or absorb or reflect light. But we don't know which atoms it's made out of. So also again, we also don't know how it interacts besides gravity, right? So what we so why we know what it exists is that it's because it's because of we know that there's galaxy rotation curves. Also there's a gravitational lensing and also a cosmic microwave background. Okay, so for the specific project that I'm doing, so here I just show one of the payment outcomes that we get. This is mostly this contribution here. It's one of those that provides a bigger signal. So here it's a non fusion, and then as it interacts, the final state that's where where you see the blue, that's our dark photon. So this signature, what we are looking for, it has 2 leptons and a missing transverse energy. So the biggest challenge that we are having is that our signal, it's more or less similar to the background that we are studying. So since they look identical, so it kind of gives us a challenge. So that's why we are studying them to say what to check which factors we can use to be able to distinguish between the signal and the background. Okay, so at the moment my focus it's between so once when we have the collision data from Atlas. So now where we are at the moment between the collision data and the event selection. So now we are trying to figure out what cards are what cards can we use on MET and electrons which will be able to especially for the account to make sure that in the control region that we are looking at, we are able to observe a more dominant background compared to the signal. Okay, so as I move forward, so one of the key observables that we are looking at is the missing transverse energy. So the MET, what it does that it measures the particle that will escape the detector. So in this instance, like neutrinos and also dark matter. So how we calculate it, it's calculated from the momentum imbalance. That's the equation that we are using. And then in the sense that then there's the signal events that tend to have higher MET. It's because of the dark energy carries those energies away. And then as a result, you are left with the background from ZZ that has also MET and only from the neutrinos. So if we have a look on the plot that I'm showing, so the background that I'm showing, that I'm more or less looking at on this instance, it's LM mu. So it's 2 leptons and 2 neutrinos. So you will see that on this on the plot, most of the signal which is represented by a purple. So this one here, and also another signal from VDF. They are more or less suppressed by the background in this instance, based on the cards that we employed. I think I didn't put what kind of cards. I didn't want to dwell much on the technicalities of how we go to that. And okay, then also again, we try to check the purity as we apply the MET card. So what we know about the purity is that the more you have a higher purity, that will imply that you have a cleaner signal sample. Then as part of the trade-offs that so if you have a low MET card, that will imply that you will have many events, but you will have a lower purity. And if you have a higher MET card, you will have a higher purity, but you will have fewer events. So you will notice that so here, as we apply the MET card, you will notice that as the MET threshold as it increases, we kind of have our purity increases. Okay. So more or less the background compositions that we are looking at for this instance. So we have on ZZ process, we have LL menu. And then from Z plus Z, we'll have 2 leptons plus jets. And then from a TT bar process, we have 2 leptons plus jets plus jets. But then so in this process, ZZ as going to a final state of menu, our background is irreducible. Then, like I said earlier, that our signal and our background more or less they have the same final state, and then that's why we are more or less looking at this to clearly define a perfect control regime for our signal. Okay. So here I show as I apply different cards, what happens to our samples. So you notice that as we start, whereby we didn't apply any sample, we have the sample and everything is all there together, signal and backgrounds. Then when we apply the first card, whereby we are using two same flavor, opposite side leptons and kinematics. And then we see already we have a drop. Then when we apply again a baseline or MET above 15 GeV, we have a drastic drop. And then when we apply an MET above 100 already, you will notice that most of the signal it's already gone. It's suppressed, and then now when we put an MET significance above 8, then our efficiency, our efficiency increases, but you'll notice that the only 2 backgrounds that we are noticing there is TT bar and LL menu. So, but then you notice that for this study, because we are interested in LL menu, we're still noticing that our TT bar still higher than our LL menu. So I need to maybe do veto the budget, then we see what will happen when I do that. Yeah. Okay. Then here I just show the summary of the results that I'm having at the moment. So purity after the MET cut of 100, we're getting around 98%. Then this is the background reduction. We're getting more or less a reduction from 1, we're getting to about 0.04. Then our signal efficiency from clone fusion, more or less still at 100. Then signal efficiency of our VBF around 77, then for optimal MET threshold, more or less we are between 100 and 120. So the conclusions is that so the selections that we have done so far in rejecting, so they're more or less a bit, I would say, a bit they're effective for now, but we'll do some tweaks to make sure that like I said, so we have a higher purity. Then current focus and what's next. So we have identified that the dominant reducible background is ZZ, as it with a final state of El Niño. Then also we have studied the MET distribution for signal and background. Then we have established that the working regime for MET, it will be more or less for MET above 100 with a MET significance of 8, then 2 leptons with the mass of within the Z mass window. And then the next steps that we are gonna perform is to estimate the expected limits for the dark photon production cross section, and then validate the background estimation control regions. Then once we are sure about the results, then I'll present our findings to the analysis team. Okay, and then so here why are the backgrounds so essential? They're essential because they're essential in the understanding more or less any new physics search. Without the background itself, we cannot claim any discovery or set a limit. So this study will contribute to the Atlas Dark Matter Search Program. So the skills that I've developed as part of doing this project, so more or less data science, statistical analysis, Monte Carlo simulation validation, also working with large data sets, and then scientific application. Okay. Right, it's more or less similar, but more or less this project wouldn't be possible without having of NRF and Netflix support. Yeah. Yeah. Like it's. No, it doesn't work. I feel more or less.
One next. You're missing one slide.
Yeah. What is it? Okay, but
So is the idea of measuring this dark photon, is the dark photon the dark matter candidate, or is there something else in the theory that would be a dark matter candidate? Is the dark photon the dark matter candidate, or is there something else in the more extended theory that would be a dark matter candidate?
it can be there's a four things that can represent the dark matter. So we are using dark photon as part as our what is as our part. I would say is our choice to say okay, maybe part of the dark matter can be as a result of a dark photon. So there can be other candidates that can that can be as a result of that matter.
Like, should I imagine there's also a dark electron and a dark proton? Should I imagine there's also a dark electron as well, or is it literally just this one particle that's part of that would be extra?
But
You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. Thank you again. I see. Sorry. I will do it. I think the slide already named it. Just a second. Yeah. Nice to have. So that's what that are, right? It's all what the money from. Yeah, that's in the system. That is top at the top. So it works. You want to use the what is that, a laptop? It works. Yeah, it should now. It's a bit laggy, but already.
Just point there.
Okay, perfect. Over to you.
Yeah. Hello. Hello, my name is Matumo, PhD physics. My supervisor is Prof. Rocco, and I am part of the I'm part of the mathematical physics research group at the University of Victoria. Part of what we do is we study the underlying mathematical structure of the classical and quantum theories, and we try to build a more general overarching theory, such that both the classical and the quantum theories appear special cases. And in this regard, I'm going to basically go over an example of this using the Wasserstein distance coordinates. So Wasserstein metrics are defined via optimal transport by computing the optimal cost of changing one distribution into another. And you can see how cost and distance are pretty much the same thing. If these two things overlap completely, then changing one into the other, the cost is just zero. But if you keep moving them apart, distance increases, and the cost of changing one into the other also increases. And for an example, these guys have a lot of applications. So one would, for example, if we consider transporting distribution of goods from a factory to a store, if you think about comparing two images, you can ask how much energy can I use to change one into the other by considering the distribution of pixels. So you can sort of see how many applications these things have. And in that regard, you would want the quantum versions of these. And so there's multiple publications on this front. And one of those is this one here, where they propose the Wasserstein distance of order one in this framework. They basically take a composite finite dimensional Hilbert space and they consider operators on that Hilbert space and they formulate the metric in that setup. So what we do is, like I said, we study this type of thing and then we try to generalize it further. So we say they define it on the set of states. So we're going to move from the finite dimensional setup into an infinite dimensional setup where we move from states to channels instead. So we're going to follow the same scheme. So if you want a more detailed version of what I'm going to present, it's given in this paper here. They basically take AI and BI to be some smaller vector spaces, where vector space is just a set where you can add and scale the objects. And you denote these two distinguished points for each of these spaces. This is in relation because channels are so-called unital. So you want to make sure that there's some special point that's mapped to the other special point. So you take these smaller spaces and you build larger spaces with them. That's what the tensor product is doing there. And then, like I said, we want to go to the infinite dimensional case where we move from states to channels. So we take this type of thing where the map some nice point in the A to some nice point in B. And this in turn allows us to then say, if you have a map from A to B, can you then consider it on a smaller system based by defining these reductions? So to capture the behavior of the global map on the smaller subsystems. And for the same thing that they did before, they had So they had Sn as the set of states defined as differences falling into that set there, which is the traceless sulfur joint linear operators. So we define a similar space for our L. We take their differences and they fall into this space. So this is the space where we're going to define the norm on. And we basically follow the same scheme now. You just take the differences that match when you reduce to the same I, and then you collect them to a bigger set, and then you take that set, you take the smallest convex set containing that one, whereby convex set we simply mean a set with no gaps. And then if you assume that your L is closed under tensor product, so if you take two elements of L and you build a bigger L, it still falls within L. You get absorption. So CL being absorbing just means any element of the space OL can be scaled into CL. So you get convex, symmetry, and then absorbing. Symmetry just follows because I can always switch those two around. So with these three properties, this definition here gives you a semi-norm, which then induces a pseudometric, which is not a full distance because you can still have a situation where that thing is zero, but the two things are not the same. In order to get that to be a full norm, you actually need to make more assumptions now. We change AI and BI to be what's known as Unicells-Style algebras. So instead of just vector spaces, we add multiplication and some norm properties in there. And with this in place, you get that the unital algebraic structure of this setup then guarantees pairwise boundedness, which means there's a limit to how far you can scale the elements of CL such that they are still within CL. So with this, then we then take L to just be a set of all channels of information. Mathematically speaking, you just treat these as unital completely positive maps. Unital just means maps the unit of A to the unit of B. So similar to a distinguished point or a special point in A, a special point in B. Completely positive means there's a stronger argument for saying the positive elements of A are mapped to the positive elements of B. And with this, the tensor of L is simply true because any tensor product, so if you take two completely positive maps and you combine them, you're always guaranteed a completely positive map. So now you no longer need to assume this to get the absorbing structure of CL, it's automatically true. And with this added on, you then get CL is now convex, symmetric, absorbing, and pairwise bounded, which then induces a norm on OL, which induces a metric on the set L. So this is basically the setup. And then what we've shown so far, we've proven that metric is additive. If you want the distance over the bigger space, it's just the sum of the distances over the smaller subsystems. And it's the norm itself is also super additive. So the norm on the global space is greater or equals to the sum of the norms on the smaller spaces. And then it's stable. So if you consider the space hitched with some environmental system, each channel is basically hitched with some noise, but the metric is not affected by the noise. And it has the chaining property as well. So channels into channels, you still can just separate them. And we've managed to find a lower bound with existing other metrics in these types of spaces. This is the completely bounded norm. We found that our norm is bigger than half of this, which makes sense because this one is more sensitive to smaller differences in smaller subsystems, which is something that's not necessarily true for the other metrics in these types of spaces. They tend to be more closely. So that's what basically we're working on. We're trying to build on this theoretical framework, just expand, look for more properties, look for alternative formulations. Can we write the norm differently? And how does it compare with the other metrics in the same space? That's
Sure. Yeah. So I'm not sure I understood everything, but it was interesting. So you say that there's this word quantum that comes up a few times. So how exactly does this connect to quantum systems, or does it use this metric in quantum mechanics? Or
I started with this slide here. The north, I think I need to go back. This here.
Right.
So any quantum system admits a Hilbert space representation. So they took the operators on that Hilbert space system, and you can treat the density operators of said Hilbert system as a representation of the states of that system. So they defined the metric for a difference between states of that said quantum system. So what we did is we moved into a setup where instead of comparing the states like this, you compare the channels between these systems. So if you have two quantum systems, you can now map channels between the density. You have to understand what a density matrix is, and I can't go into the definitions. It's too technical.
It tells you how similar to quantum systems are in some ways.
Yeah, so the way we defined it, it can work for multiple systems.
I see. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. All right.
Very much. The first storm from after lunch. Yeah. Solution. France, all the rest, right? Yeah. But the next one I'm not talking about.
Dasha.
Okay. Okay. So happy.
Yeah.
Presentation is.
Yeah.
It's still
good.
So there was.
All right. So that's
The same name in the. I have two papers in my mind. That was the cheapest one. That one was DM. So T.
Okay.
Press it one more time. It's just on the title slide that happens.
Okay. Okay. Good day, everyone. So my name is Arisha Gupta, as some of you know already. I'm from UKZN. My professor, my supervisor is Sir Elias Sanaisky. So I'm kind of in a limbo state where I'm done with my master's and I've submitted, but I didn't get the result back, so I haven't started PhD yet. So I thought that I would just come today and tell you what I did, discuss my master's work. So my master's work was basically based on margin-based generalization bounds for quantum kernel methods under local depolarizing noise. Now that is a lot of big words. Let's start. Okay, let's start very broadly. Okay, my research question, very broadly, is generalization in the NISQ era. Okay, so what is generalization in a nutshell? Basically looks at how a machine learning model will perform on unseen data or data that it hasn't seen before after being trained on something else, on training data. So you can liken this to how you as a student would perform on a test or with questions that you haven't seen before after you studied using a textbook, okay? And in the NISQ era, so let's go a little bit, let's go a little bit more in depth, right? So generalization, we are looking at generalization for a specific type of quantum machine. That's all you need to know. Quantum kernel methods is just one specific type of methods used for one model that we are creating. Now, in the NISQ era, what do we mean by the NISQ era? So basically, what you need to know from there is that quantum devices right now experience noise. This noise can cause errors. We don't want that. Okay, so the model that we're looking to model this noise is called the local depolarizing noise. Okay, so that's what we need to know from there. Let's go a little bit more in depth with everything, okay, with each topic here. So if we have to look at generalization in this era a little bit more in depthly, right, what you would see or what you can understand it as is if you gave a quantum machine learning model, this is a quantum circuit, some data, if you are telling it all the green circles belong to class A and all the red circles belong to class B, it will take that and it might spit out some hypothesis. It might say, okay, this is what you're telling me. Now I know that all the green circles belong to class A and all the red circles belong to class B. Now you give it something that it hasn't seen before. It has never seen a red square. It's only been looking at circles. So now you give it something that it's never seen before, and you basically you have to find out what it classifies as, so what it spits out from what it knows. Okay, so that is
that tells you basically the performance of the quantum machine learning model. Now, if we look at quantum kernel methods, I shouldn't even be discussing this because the expert is here in the room. But quantum kernel methods, the only thing we need to know from this is that we use it in this model or this algorithm, right? That's called quantum kernel assisted support vector machine. Okay, so what you need to know from there is that quantum or QSVMs, right, have this notion called a margin, right? So for the very simple case of binary classification, class A or class B, this algorithm wants to split or find a line for the very simple 2D case to separate the data, right? Now, the margin is this distance between the line and the closest data point, okay? And that's what we want to do with this algorithm is we want to keep that distance, we want to maximize that distance. Okay, so that's what you need to know there. And local depolarizing noise models. So what happens here is generally the widely used model in the literature right now is the global depolarizing noise model. So the reason why that is widely used is analytically tractable. It's easier to handle in calculation derivations. But the problem is that if we are to look at the global depolarizing noise model, here is that it looks at the noise on the entire quantum system as a whole, so over the entire n qubits as a whole. It does not account for the noise that occurs between 2 qubits. So that's what the local noise model does, and it's a little bit more challenging to look at analytically, and that's why we're doing it. Okay. All right. So how are we doing this? We started with derivations. We first wanted to see how this noise affects quantum kernel values, and from that, get bounds to determine how the margin decreases or decays as the noise gets or as the noise increases, right? Then next, we looked at numerical simulations. So the first thing that we wanted to do, or the first thing that we did, was we wanted to prove that for QSVM, we can actually use the margin as an indicator of the stabilization performance. It will tell us how well the model performs. Then we empirically proved that local noise actually does represent realistic device noise better than global noise. So we should be using that model, even though it's less analytically tractable. And lastly, we validated our margin bounds. Then we performed an experiment on actual quantum hardware, so on the IBM device, and we tested that. And we verified our margin bounds using IBM FES. Okay, so the data sets that we used, so we verified our margin bounds over multiple data sets. So we used most of these data sets from the UCI ML or machine learning repository. The white wine, heart disease, breast cancer, and the pulsar data set, all from that. And then the Gaussian is a synthetic data set. All these data sets, so not all of them were binary or could be used for binary classification. We kind of made them binary through some pre-processing and that. Okay, so if we want to look at our results, okay, so this, these are the results we got, right? So this is from looking at margins as an indicator of generalization. So here we took an ideal or noiseless setting, and we corrupted a fraction of the training labels. So we basically told it, we took the red circle and we said that's from the wrong class. And as you can see, we found that the margins, the thing that we wanted to maximize, was decreasing. Okay. Then we looked at that and we overlaid it with the accuracy. So accuracy is another proxy for generalization. So we used it as a proxy for how well our model performs. What is the accuracy of this model? And from there, we found a linear relation between the test accuracy and the margin. So here, we empirically showed that we can use margins as a good indicator of our model. Okay, next we looked at global versus local noise, and here basically for intermediate noise ranges, it shows that actually if you match the survival probabilities, so survival probability is just a probability that when noise affects this qubit, it won't be touched. It's okay, it's still fine. So when we match that, you see for intermediate noise ranges, global is actually too optimistic. It doesn't affect the system in the way that realistic noise, or it doesn't cause the errors that realistic local noise would. Okay, then we looked at margin bounds. So the first thing we did before that was we had to analytically kind of derive how the quantum kernel values are affected by noise. So we did that, and we found a closed form expression for it, but that as n increases, that becomes kind of a combinatorial nightmare. So we instead found bounds to show how it's affected. And from there, we derived margin bounds. So this essentially is showing how the margin is decaying as noise is increasing. All our margin bounds, all our upper bounds and the upper region as we like. And from there, we have, from that expression, we have constraints on our C value. C is just our regularization parameter, which is just another parameter in the model. And again, from there, we got lower bounds. So our lower bounds are staying firmly in the lower region of our actual results. What? And again, we have constraints. And lastly, we ran this on the IBM BESS device with the breast cancer dataset with a 20 sample subset and 10,000 shots. So what we got there, so essentially, when you're running something on the actual device, we can't exactly pinpoint this is local depolarizing noise at level so and so. So that's why it's a straight line here, which just tells me that the noise is somewhere in this region where the bound is not violated. And if you would like to read the paper that this work is based on, this is the link. Yeah, okay. And yeah.
Questions? Yeah, then Maria.
So this very general question touch on the dominance era.
Yeah.
For the case stands on it much. For those who don't know what the next era is, can we briefly explain that? So what's the question about this? Yes.
So briefly, very briefly, so NISQ is an acronym. It means noisy intermediate scale quantum. So we say that we are now in the NISQ era. So that means that the quantum devices that are built now are experiencing noise. So that I guess as you've heard from the previous talks that we use qubits when we are looking at quantum devices. So these qubits kind of lose information, they lose energy sometimes when they interact with the surrounding environment. So because of that, that is the noise that we're talking about. Because of that, we get errors in the results that we achieve when we perform computation. There's other types of noise, but this is the noise that can. And we will soon hopefully get into the fault tolerant era, which is basically what our classical computers are looking at now, where we can run stuff on our classical computers and not have random bit flips and things that will mess up our results. And yeah, that's I think what we're working towards in the quantum community.
Thanks for the talk. That's very solid master's work. So just can you explain just for curiosity benefit, so the mechanism again is basically if you've got noise in the circuit, your classifier achieves a lower margin and then margin immediately like translates to generalization. So there's nothing going on, you know, other than that, it's all mitigated by basically just lowering the margin by having more certainty or yeah.
So the thing is, yeah, so we are using margin as our proxy for generalization. The reason being is that, so there are lots of other ways to get to indicate margin. You know, you have VC bounds and things like that. The problem is that recently they found that when you have like unexpected, like very small data sets, people were still getting good generalization results. And when they had, I think noisy data sets, they were still getting, they were finding that the models were memorizing the data. So then they started kind of looking at empirical results and so empirical indicators. So we are trying to say that for QSBMs, margins can be used as an empirical indicator. Did I answer your question? Okay. Yeah, and then we kind of showed empirically that like we use accuracy as a good measure of whether our model is performing well. So we showed so we kind of showed a linear correlation between accuracy and margin to say that if the margin is maximal, it's probably a good indicator that the thing is performing well. And we have high Pearson correlation.
Okay, if no more questions, thank you very much. It's finished very precisely at 12:30. Yeah. And I think since we already had the first talk of the afternoon, why don't we come back at 1:30? Yeah, so it's easier also to follow the program afterwards because again, you're again in sync with the program. So we have just 1 hour. Yeah? And then hopefully there's time to interact with the speakers and ask questions. Yeah, right there.
For you, it's you can go to the beach.
Let's start again. So our first speaker in the session, Yasha.
That's great.
Hi everyone, my name is Kiasha Gandhin. I'm a first year master's student under ABS and IC at UKZN. Today I will give a short overview of the direction of my master's work and what I've implemented so far. Just a disclaimer, I registered like last month, so I have like this much work done, but I'm just going to tell you what I've done and what I plan to do. So a variational quantum algorithm, or a VQA, is a hybrid method in where a quantum computer and a classical computer work together. Here we have a basic structure of a variational quantum algorithm, where the algorithm will start with an initial state phi initial, and then we have an ansatz, u of beta, which is basically like an educated guess of where to start your finding your solution. And with this ansatz will introduce a variational parameter into the state, and we can then obtain phi. And the measurement is then made in the state to get some kind of observable. For example, the energy of the state of the chemical or the molecular state, for example. And everything up till this point encompasses the quantum algorithm. You then have another measurement that gets the expectation value of that observable. And then we finally have an optimizer. And that is used to find a better set of parameters to evaluate this optimized value of the observable in the quantum circuit. And this is a classical algorithm that will be. So the general research question that I'm trying to answer is, how does the choice of that classical optimizer affect the performance of the variational quantum algorithm under noisy conditions and with increasing qubit count? This study will allow us to make more educated choices for our quantum simulations. So as you can see, the quantum circuit is only one part, and the classical optimizer is what actually navigates the parameter landscape. And this landscape can become complex because of noise or flat regions or local minima. And here is like a little example of a parameter landscape. So if you can imagine a person with a blindfold trying to walk down a hill to the lowest point of the landscape, the variational circuit that we saw before is the landscape. It defines the landscape shape. And the measurements give us the local clues about the slope and the height. So like, for example, if you just put your foot on a rock, if it's going this way, if it's this way, going this way, if it's going down. Okay, so the optimizer is then your walking strategy, or what your next step will be in finding the local fix. So one optimizer might take teeny tiny cautious steps, and another one might be jumping around. Another one, you might be using your momentum to go to the next step. And that's exactly how the optimizer will work. And if the ground is noisy or bumpy, some walking strategies may fail, while others will still find the lowest point. Okay, so the natural starting point for my work was the paper by Pello-Jarman et al. And one of the et als is Prof. Petruccioni. So, and this paper studies noisy variational quantum eigensolvers and shows that once a realistic sampling noise is used, the optimizer performance changes significantly. The optimizer that works well in an ideal setting may not be the one that works best for a practical and noisy setting. Okay. In addition, I started with a more recent and broader benchmark by Novak et al., which studies noisy variational quantum eigensolvers and shows that once a realistic sampling noise is included, the optimizer performance also changes significantly. The optimizer that works well in an ideal setting may not, and again, the optimizer that works well in an ideal setting may not be the best for practical settings. And based on these sources, my plan is to generalize this line of work. The long-term goal is not just to compare the optimizers on one kind of algorithm, so not just the variational quantum eigensolver or a linear solver, but for a bunch of tasks. So my plan is to build a benchmark framework where I can compare the optimizer performance across multiple task families, different noise settings, and increasing qubit counts. So the first thing that I have done, or my first slice, is building the actual benchmark infrastructure. So I've structured the code so that the physics problem, the ansatz, the object evaluation, and the experiment runner, they are all separated. And that makes it easier to swap different components out. So for different optimizers, different ansatz, different initial tasks. So instead of writing one notebook for each experiment, I can just have one thing that can pull from different places and then run the whole thing. Okay, yes. So I've also implemented the variational quantum eigensolver problem based on the 1D Ising model done by Novak et al. And used the two local ansatz. Something is, no, the slide. Okay, it's fine. Okay, two local ansatz, and I included the evaluation using Qiskit estimates of primitives and a shot noise model using AIR, as well as a SciPy optimizer wrapper and a plotting and exporting pipeline that saves the history and metadata. I've also added some smoke tests and sanity tests to confirm that the shot noise is actually changing with repeated evaluations. Actually changes repeated evaluations. So this is my repository so far. So everything is nice and separate, and then in the experiments, that's where everything will pull from the rest of the repo. The reason why I started only with the small Ising model case is so that I can get everything down first and then start adding more optimizers, more tasks, more noise models, and more richer noise models as well. So I used, So I've used the framework to run an initial comparison of several optimizers such as Kobyla, Nelda Mead, Powell, LBFGSB, and SLS-QP under a fixed 3-qubit shot noise setting. And even in this case, you can see that the behaviors differ quite significantly. So Kobyla reached about minus 1.99. And for this particular Hamiltonian that we used, the actual energy should have been -2. So we got very, very close with a very simple optimizer. And that was in 125 function evaluations. And Powell reached -2 in 545 evaluations. Then Nelda Mead reached -2, but it took 15,000 evaluations. What I learned from that is that I read the documentation wrong. There was something else I should have put there to make that thing not run for so long. But by contrast, LDFGSB and SLS-QP, so it's these guys, they performed quite poorly in the current configuration, but this is just one run, so we can't really say much about it yet. So even this first test supports the main motivation of the project. So optimizer choice matters, and it matters in a noisy setting. And this was done under 5,024 shots of noise. So at this point in the research, I would say I'm still at the benchmark validation stage rather than the final comparison. So I have a working modular framework and one implemented benchmark problem, one initial optimizer comparison, and save results. What I don't have yet is the full generalization to, for example, VQLS with the linear solvers, more modern population-based optimizers, repeated statistical runs, and larger qubit scales. So the next steps are clear. We first expand the optimizer set to beyond local SciPy methods towards more modern and more robust optimizers. For example, quasi-Newton SPSA or Rotosol. And second, I can add more repeated runs and more systematic testing. Then finally, I can move on to, from the current Ising validation problem to the VQLS motivation, and then QAOA tasks and other VQA families. Particularly, I'm interested in Poisson solvers and the Fermi-Hubbard model with long-range hopping. So far, in one long sentence, I have started building a modular benchmark framework to generalize the optimizer comparison in variational quantum algorithms. And I've already validated the first noisy Ising slice, showing that optimizer behavior differs substantially even in a simple setting. Thank you.
Questions? Yes.
Okay, I think I must have missed it, but are you planning to do other benchmarking problems other than the energy one that you did, the Ising model?
Yes,
So are
so-
you like looking at classification or?
Oh yeah, so there is also going to be one machine learning project. So that I'm going to take from my honors project. I'm planning on taking, so for my honors project, I did machine learning on gravitational waves. So using quantum machine learning for gravitational waves. That accuracy was not so good, but I'm trying to find different ways and make the task a bit easier. So I will be using a machine learning task as well, and that's going to be binary classification.
The benchmark for that would be like accuracy or error.
It would still be with the different optimizers and with the different amount of qubits and with yes, just the different amount of qubits and the noise as well. But I'm basically going to take my best performing solution for that machine learning task and then vary qubits, optimizer, and noise. Yeah.
That's part of the sustainability. I also know that it's like going to use
Oh no, I'm going to be using my own.
and then also about curiosity, like what specifically was it given about digital waves?
That was actually with Hierarchy Cal.
Oh.
But I couldn't find a way for it to work very well because it was what's the word? Time series data. So it was struggling a bit, and I don't know whether that's with the model that I was using, so particularly with Hierarchy Cal. Oh, QCNN, yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay, cool.
There are no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is another Kiasa. But please, careful with the spelling when you put your vote. Thank you.
Oh.
Before we put it out. I'm just gonna check one of the animations once before we put it out. Right, I missed it. She's live about it. I think you have to say it. Yeah. Can I get present with you?
Also, no, I'm saying most of you.
I just go on slideshows and then.
Next slide.
Slideshow? Yeah, it started. Yeah, and then it's just right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, great.
And this time a student actually needs me.
No.
I get some excuse.
No.
Just right click again. Just right click there where you are. Just go to the same thing, present a view. Just do the same thing you did just now again, present a view.
And then you can just go to.
There you go.
Great, thank you. Hey, good day, everyone. My name is Jasha Haida, and I'm from the University of Cape Town. I'm currently a master's candidate in molecular and cell biology under the supervision of Dr. Caroline Ross. So today I'd like to talk to you on my master's project, the structural analysis of FKS1 in Candida auris. So echinocandin resistance mechanisms and then novel antifungal discovery. So to begin with, Candida auris, what is it? It is a multi-drug resistant fungal pathogen. So it can cause wound, ear, urinary tract infections, and in very serious cases, bloodstream infections. So it primarily infects hospitalized and immunocompromised people, so people with HIV or babies, and it's responsible for 25% of candidemia cases in South Africa. And invasive infections can have mortality rates ranging from 30 to 60%. So Candida auris can persist for long periods of time on hospital surfaces. It can withstand common disinfectants and spread between patients. So this leads to rapid outbreaks in healthcare settings, particularly in ICUs. So because of these traits, combined with diagnostic challenges by conventional lab tests, the CDC and the WHO has declared Candida auris as a critical priority fungal pathogen. So Candida auris, unlike many others in its genus, are resistant to multiple classes of drugs. So 90% of isolates are resistant to the very common fluconazole. Resistance ranges from around 10 to 30% to amphotericin B, which is a polyene. And I want to bring your attention to echinocandins, which is my research interest. It's the first line therapy against Candida auris, and we are seeing this trend of rapid resistance emerging in about 5 to 10% of cases recently. So before I get into echinocandins, I just want to bring you into the structure of a fungal cell. And if I were to zoom in, we can see that a fungal cell, the outer wall, is made up of two distinct parts. So we have the lipid membrane, which is inside, and we have the cell wall, which is composed of these beta-glucan sheets, which are responsible in making it really rigid and maintaining cell wall integrity. So these beta-glucan sheets are actually produced by a class of proteins called glucan synthases. So my protein of interest, which is FKS1, is a class of glucan synthases. So in the case that there is an environmental stress and the cell needs to reinforce its cell wall, this regulatory subunit here will bind to FKS1, and then it will signal it to start producing these long beta glucan chains. So glucose from the cytoplasm will bind to this FKS1 portion, beta-1,3-D linkages will be formed, and this glucan chain will be produced and propagated into the cell wall. But the exact mechanism that this happens, how the protein does this, which residues are involved, are still unknown. So to bring us back to echinocandins, so they target this specific glucan synthase produced by these FKS genes. So they inhibit the enzyme, and then this stops the beta glucan chains from being produced. The cell wall obviously cannot handle the osmotic stress, and then that results in fungal cell death. Now, how echinocandins do this is still unknown. We just know that it inhibits this protein. So there's a proposed mechanism of how this occurs. And if we look at echinocandin, this synthetically produced caspofungin, we can see it's separated into two domains. So we have our cyclic peptide and we have our lipid tail. And if you remember, FKS1 is embedded in a lipid membrane. So it is proposed that this lipid tail is involved in binding this lipid membrane and then bringing the cyclic peptide to FKS1, inhibiting it. So let's take a closer look at these resolved structures to give us a better understanding. So they isolated echinocandin-resistant mutants from patient samples, and they found that resistance was actually linked to point mutations in specific regions of the protein. And we call these regions hotspot regions, which we have located here. And when they compared these hotspot regions across multiple species, they found that these regions are conserved. So this might be a hint that these regions are functionally relevant. So to go back to this, we can see that this cyclic peptide might be interacting with these hotspot regions in the transmembrane domain of the protein. So that is one proposed theory of how the Candida auris is inhibiting echinocandins. There's another theory. So a team of researchers actually found that in resistant mutants, there was lipid remodeling. So the lipids that make up these regions around the protein were actually becoming entirely different classes of lipids. So it is possible that it might not be the protein itself, it might be lipid remodeling that is stopping echinocandins from binding to the lipid bilayer. And this might hint at a link between this transmembrane domain of our protein and these lipids. That brings me to my research questions. So what are the key pathways of protein activation and glucan synthesis? How is the protein doing its job? And then how are echinocandins actually inhibiting this glucan synthesis? And lastly, how do resistance? So my aims of my project determine the mechanism of action of FKS1 and Candida auris, determine the mechanism of inhibition of FKS1 by echinocandins, and then identify allosteric antifungal targets towards novel drug discovery. So to do this, we'll investigate activation of FKS1 by its regulatory subunit role,
then model that activity, and then characterize binding sites and activity of echinocanins on our wild type and our mutants. So here's just a look at the start of my methodology, where we started by modeling FKS1 in its inactivated states, and then its activated state with bound row. So our first step is to conduct perturbation response scan. So this will tell us which residues are actually involved in glucan synthesis. So to do this, we represent our protein as a network of springs and nodes. As my friend mentioned yesterday, proteins are made of amino acids, and these amino acids are made of atoms. So we take the carbon alpha atom of every amino acid in our protein, and then we network it together. And then the bonds between those atoms are represented as springs. So we'll perturb each of these carbon alpha atoms one at a time and monitor how those forces are propagated through the protein, and then how the rest of the protein moves in response. So this will be able to tell us which of the regions in the protein are affecting motion and which of the regions are responding to forces like, the binding of glucose, the binding of Rho. The next challenge, the next task will actually be mapping the pathways, how the protein's actually moving. How is it going from its inactivated state into its activated state? And we'll do this using MoCharts developed by my supervisor. So this will just map the natural slow motions of the protein. The last and final steps will be to conduct molecular dynamic simulations. So we'll start with the targeted molecular dynamic simulation to actually visualize in an all-atom model versus the coarse-grained models that we've done before, how our full system moves from its inactivated to its activated state. And then this will follow Newton's laws of motion plus an extra biasing force pushing it to the activated states. And as time, we'll see the difference between the two will approach zero. And then after that, we'll do a steered molecular dynamic simulation, a very similar concept, but this time we'll add UDP glucose to visualize how UDP glucose is actually moving and propagated through the protein. So then that brings me to my future work. So what I plan to do in future is identify the caspofungin binding sites, and then how caspofungin actually inhibits this glucan synthesis. And then we'll actually visualize these models in mutant with point mutations and our remodeled lipids. And then finally, we'll screen for novel antifungals. What else, when docked against FKS1, can inhibit the protein? Just a little sneak peek into my model of my protein in its lipid membrane. So all future drug work will be done on this final model. That's just a little bit of a sneak peek. And then just to conclude, what we're trying to do here is really address the growing threat of Candida auris. So by studying echinocanin antifungals, understanding the protein, we can, uncover how drug resistance develops, and then identify new drugs, new binding sites, and then design novel antifungals to reduce fungal infection and improve healthcare in general. Thank you. Question?
Yes, let's start with the latest.
Yeah. So, you say you're gonna work out active.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You're gonna model. We've already modeled.
So we can model it in both states. So it's actually completely different conformations in its active and its inactivated state. So we're actually able to model both. So in its inactive state, it's got more closed conformation. And then in its active state, while it's bound to roll, has a more open state. So this probably hints that the protein has a kind of like a channel that is opening and closing when row binds, so that the gluten synthesis chains can like move through the protein.
So your MDs are gonna be to check its activation process.
Yes, so that's the targeted MD. So how it actually moves from the inactive to the active, and then our steered MD we assume is the conformational change from the active to the inactive is just one state. And then at the steered MD, we'll actually see this opening and the closing of this channel. Actually seen it in cost-grain models already. Unfortunately, I couldn't show it here today.
So you're gonna do your MDs in the membrane and like use
Yes.
their MDs.
Yes, everything's going to be in the membrane. We don't want to take chances with working with the protein in a vacuum. It is a membrane protein. The membrane is needed for structure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the very nice talk. So I forget the name of the protein, but this protein that you're studying, is this already used? Yeah, is it already used in drugs, or is this more?
Yeah, no. So
it's already.
Candins bind to FKS1. We're trying to find a new class of echinocandins with a different target, but still targeting FKS1. Perhaps the binding sites will be different. Perhaps this new drug that we will screen for won't have a lipid tail. So it's completely independent of lipid binding as well. So.
And this is motivated by the drug resistance primarily?
Yes.
Okay. So do you simulate the drug resistance as well, or are you just trying to go for it? I see.
So, okay, I mentioned it in my previous slide, is that when we model the drug resistance, it will be with point mutations in FKS1, and we will model new lipids as well. So this is how FKS1 sits in a standard lipid membrane. We will change these lipids to actual data that's been provided on how the fungi actually remodels its lipids, and then simulate that.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, quick question. So you spoke about preserving the atoms. I was just wondering how you would model that. You said you were using Newton's
Yeah. Okay. This is actually a long explanation, not a short one. So basically, it's derived from Hooke's law. We calculate a Hessian, and then from that, it's a 3x3 matrix. So every atom is moving in 3 directions, X, Y, and Z. And then from that, we get our eigenvectors and our eigenvalues. And our eigenvectors actually tell us the normal motions, and then the
or like do code on your computer, or
there's a package that's already developed for it. Yes, I don't do the math myself.
That's the question.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First speaker is Paul. Yeah. Good.
Let's see. Sometimes if you're double.
Yeah, it's only one of it.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Cole and I'm at the University of Cape Town. I'm a second year PhD student. And today I'm going to be talking about the hottest substance in the universe. So the sort of key areas of physics very broadly that my research is focused on at sort of quite a high level, there's sort of two paradigms to physics well, two paradigms that I'm going to talk about in terms of how we can learn more about how the universe works. So one paradigm involves going to the very small. So you can imagine, you know, we originally thought atoms were sort of these things that couldn't be cut into pieces, and then we discovered they're made up of protons and neutrons, and now we know that protons and neutrons are made up of even smaller particles. And you can study these very small particles by going to extremely high energies. So high energies probe these extremely small scales, and then we can learn about these fundamental particles like the strong force or the weak force or gravity or electrodynamics. Another paradigm is sort of saying that you understand the fundamental pieces of your theory. So for example, we might say we understand H2O extremely well. You can model this in many ways, and we've measured a lot of properties about this molecule H2O. However, even though you understand this building block extremely well, there's a lot of non-trivial and rich dynamics that water has that is studied in a sort of a separate area of study to just understanding this water molecule. So for example, you can have collective phenomena like waves or temperature or pressure gradients that might form in a sort of fluid. And this is its own sort of a level of understanding. We don't really need to know much about the H2O. And you also have things like the phase diagram of water, which is a very rich area of study and quite complicated. So there's a solid, a gas, and a liquid, which is what we all know. But at higher temperatures and pressures, you also get much more exotic phases of matter. And so the area of physics which I'm going to talk about is sort of going to combine these two approaches, and I'll speak about it more in a second. So before I do that, let me just sort of remind you of some of the basic physics, which not everyone here does physics. So I'll sort of give you an overview of the physics relevant for this talk. So on the paradigm of sort of zooming in, like I said, an atom is made up of protons and neutrons. And in fact, protons and neutrons we know now are made up of fundamental particles called quarks and gluons, which are the degrees of freedom in the strong force. And one key property about the strong force is that under normal circumstances, you never see a quark or a gluon. And this is because of a property of the strong force called color confinement. So you only ever see color neutral objects, where color is sort of like the electric charge. It's the equivalent of the strong force, you have a color charge. So every time you only ever see these color neutral objects, which are things like protons and neutrons. So we have to infer the existence about these quarks and gluons by various experiments, for example. So one question you might ask is like, where can we actually see these quarks and gluons sort of moving around naturally and behaving more similarly to how we would expect? Where can you actually find a quark or a gluon? So one thing you can do is really turn up the temperature. And if you turn up the temperature to extremely high temperatures, around 1 trillion degrees Celsius or Kelvin or whatever, then the protons and neutrons actually melt. And you end up with a phase of matter at extremely high temperatures, which is called a quark-gluon plasma. And in fact, due to inflation, as you go back in time, the temperature increases. There's much smaller, the space-time is much smaller and there's a similar amount of energy density. So you can work out that this phase of matter was present around a microsecond after the Big Bang. So all the way, sort of somewhere around here. This is a log scale. This is actually very interesting because we can't study this region of the universe using things like satellites, because up until around 400,000 years, which is over here, the universe was opaque to electromagnetic radiation. So photons couldn't actually move through the universe. So when you look up at the sky with satellites, the furthest back you see, which is the cosmic microwave background radiation, is around 400,000 years after the Big Bang. So by studying this part of physics, we can learn about this time almost immediately after the Big Bang. Great. So if we can't study this by looking at satellites, we can't study it directly, how do we study this phase of the universe? Well, what we do is we actually recreate these conditions in colliders here on Earth. So colliders like the Large Hadron Collider, which is in Switzerland, and then the Relativistic Heavy Ion Collider in the United States, accelerate atoms, large atoms with around, so lead or gold, which have around 200 nucleons, to almost the speed of light, and then collide them. And because you have so much energy density sort of involved in these collisions, we have really strong evidence that what happens is that a quark-gluon plasma forms in these collisions. And like I said, this is around 1 trillion degrees. So this is every time one of these collisions happens, as far as we know, this is the hottest substance in the entire universe at that time. And there in the top is sort of just an event display of what the collider sees. You just see a ton of particles coming out. So just to give you some perspective, because trillion is just a big number, how hot is 1 trillion degrees? So 1 trillion degrees is 100,000 times hotter than the center of the sun, which might sort of be, you probably imagine the center of the sun is pretty hot. So this is the extremely hot state of matter. Okay, so how do we learn about this quark gluon plasma? So the reason you can sort of form something with such high temperatures, it doesn't last very long, right? We're not creating sort of mini nuclear explosions inside these colliders. The quark gluon plasma only lasts for a fraction of a second, so 10 to the minus 23 seconds roughly. And so this is way too short of a time scale that you could ever do something like take a picture of it or shine a laser. Nothing like that is possible. So what you have to do is all you have is the particles that come out. So you sort of act like a bit like a detective. So you're looking at the particles and you're looking for signatures, so traces, that have been left, the sort of memory of the plasma that is left on these particles. So it might affect things like the momentum of the particles or their distribution in angle or how many there are, for example. So I don't have time to talk about all of the many, many interesting signatures of the quark gluon plasma today. And so I'll just focus on this one particular observable. So this is something that's measured in heavy ion colliders. And it's quite a simple idea. So the idea is in this initial sort of quark gluon plasma, high momentum particles are sort of naturally formed. And we know how many high momentum particles are formed by comparing to sort of the equivalent number of proton-proton collisions. So we have a baseline. We know how many particles we should see. Then we can measure how many particles we actually see. And by taking the ratio, we can sort of see the difference. And the idea is this captures something called energy loss. So you can imagine shooting a bullet through water. It would sort of slow down and lose energy. So the same thing for the high momentum particle. As it moves through this plasma, it sort of punches through and loses energy. And you can also learn about properties of the plasma by comparing to data. For example, you can imagine a bigger plasma, the object loses more energy, a smaller plasma loses less, and similarly for the temperature, for example. And then here is an actual measurement that was done. You can sort of blow your eyes to the details of this plot, but here I show this ratio, and we see that it's significantly less than 1, the data. And what that means is that the particles are undergoing a significant amount of energy loss. And it's sort of roughly consistent with some models, but you don't need to worry about that. Great, so what we end up doing then is you sort of have your model. You also don't need to worry about the details of this plot. You have your model and you compare it to just a ton of data. And by doing this, you can extract, in our model, there's one free parameter. So we compare it to a lot of data, and then we can sort of extract how tightly do these particles couple to the median. So how strongly do they interact with the other particles in the median? And broadly, then you see there's a pretty good agreement across a lot of data. So you don't blow your eyes again. There's just good agreement across a lot of data. And more specifically, so we compared to sort of these lead collisions, which I had spoken about before, which are sort of the cornerstone of heavy ion collisions and have been run for the last 15 years. More recently, last year, there was these, for the first time, collision of oxygen. I don't know if I'm running out of time. Okay, there's collision of oxygen, which we sort of made quite good predictions for. So I'll sort of, this was really a blind prediction, so it shows the predictive power of the model. This is sort of a summary. You can plot the nuclear modification factor then as a function of A to 1/3, where A is the atomic mass number. And you see that for a variety of different sizes of collisions, you can get good agreement with data, where red and black are the data and theory comparisons. And then we also see sort of the intuitive picture that as the systems become larger, there's more energy loss. So it all sorts of fits together. I'll just briefly get to what I'm actually very interested in, which is a question: what is the smallest droplet of fluid? So I sort of gave you this picture of these big atoms with a large amount of energy density. What's very interesting is that actually many of the same signatures of plasma formation are seen even in proton-proton collisions. So this is really very few particles being formed. Nobody would expect a fluid to be formed there. And we see many of the same signatures. So one thing that we've been working on quite recently, which is which we've published in this, it's on the archive, is trying to propose even smaller systems that could be run at the LHC. So things like colliding helium or lithium, where you could really try to find these extremely small systems. And this connects to sort of fundamental questions about the onset of collectivity, how emergence forms, and sort of these fundamental questions about statistical mechanics. So I can't go into too much detail for that, but I'll let you read the paper if you're interested. Maybe I'll leave you. Well, it seems like my summary has been slightly cut off. Maybe I'll leave you with my summary because I think I'm running low on time. Maybe I'll just briefly speak about the sort of future ongoing work. So the future ongoing work is to study how these small systems sort of diverge from the expectations of large systems. So we made our predictions, which is sort of an extrapolation from these large collision systems. Maybe there's some interesting effects that sort of turn on as you go to these very small collision systems. And then also constrain sort of more model parameters to experimental data to learn about things like what is the temperature of the medium, what is its viscosity, and other properties, for example. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. But I just want to ask on, I think it was slide 8, you show the RAA as this idea of a ratio capturing energy loss.
Yeah.
But one line there, that SPS line, oh, slide 7. No, was that one. That SPS line does go significantly above 1. And I'm just wondering, what is the interpretation of
This is at very low energies, actually. We don't think a plasma is formed in those conditions, yeah. Those are extremely low energy.
Okay, so just the idea of the RAA doesn't really apply in that situation.
Yeah, well, there's not really energy loss.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for your talk. Okay, so I got a bit sidetracked. But I know you mentioned that okay, like over time it's going to like lose energy or it's gonna get colder. And then you can actually use that for dating, I assume? Like
You can actually use it for what? Sorry.
like dating. So you can actually go back, okay, we detected these signals and like you can say at this part of the universe is like this many years old. Or how old the universe is, something like that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's sort of the idea is just use the model of inflation, which is sort of a cosmological model, and inflation tells you how hot the universe would be at any time. So, we think that this plasma that's formed in a heavy ion collision is around 1 trillion degrees. So you just say, what time was the universe 1 trillion degrees? And if you do that maths, it's around a microsecond after the Big Bang. Yeah.
Okay, that's so cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah. What does the SPS in that plot stand for?
It's positron. It's a collider that was at CERN before this.
Okay.
As a feeder collider. But you saw the square S was like 2017 GeV, which is not really high.
Yeah. Okay.
Question is how to evaluate itself.
Hi everyone, my name is Shailen Govender. I'm from Rhodes University and I'm currently doing my second year PhD. So I'm pretty sure you guys have heard a lot about SARS-CoV-2 from both Melanie and Emily, but here we go again. So I'm doing model generalization to predict mutations in SARS-CoV-2 proteins. And just a brief introduction again with SARS-CoV-2, it was a virus that spread really rapidly, caused a lot of problems and deemed it a pandemic. From there, it's a RNA virus, which are very prone for having mutations. And from these mutations, they can affect both the transmissibility, the pathogenicity, as well as the response to either treatments or drugs that they have on ongoing cases. So the reason why we also chose SARS-CoV-2 is because of the amount of data that's available, the mutation data that's available. And the more data we have, the better it is for finding some sort of resolution to treatment of SARS-CoV. So before we move on to that, we need to understand which type of protein will and within this virus we chose the main protease as it was responsible for the replication of the virus. And main protease is a homodimer which consists of two chains or identical chains of 304 residues, which is condition 1 to 304 essentially. The function of main protease is to produce polyproteins, and from producing polyproteins, it then cleaves these polyproteins at other functional units that the virus uses to stay alive. So the mutations in Mpro can affect both the inhibitor binding as well as the catalytic efficiency, and this all leads to how it impacts the viral replication. So moving forward, there were two different parts that we had to focus on. Part one being the prediction of mutations, whether it actually occurs or it doesn't occur within the main protease. And then part two was taking this model and then applying it to other proteins in SARS-CoV-2. So the first part of this, we had to retrieve quite a lot of sequence data from the GSED database. From this, we submitted this to CogServe so that it can do what we call mutation analysis and tell us which type of mutations were occurring across sequences. And we then found, or we created a Python script that looked for specifically NSP5 or main protease mutations. And this gave us the frequency for the mutations that occur in main protease, and that became our target in our data file. So with this also, we had to model the protein and run something that we call molecular dynamic simulations. And we looked at the RMSD, which basically tells us how stable the protein is through the whole simulation, as well as RMSF, which is root mean fluctuation. And that tells us how different each position within the protein, how it moves or how flexible it is. So when creating our data file, we looked at took the molecular dynamic simulation, we submitted it to what Togolani has explained, which is your DRN. And on top of that, we added the Blossom 62 matrix, which is a biological for a score is given for what amino acid change can occur. And we then we took this data set and we applied it to two different models, but across MATLAB and Python. And we chose the best model from that, which was for both random forest and neural network. And then moving forward, we only stuck to Python package. So if you want to see anything that you missed, it's in this paper here. And the part two was model generalization. So for this, we looked at three different proteins, which are the spike protein, the NSP10 and NSP16 complex, as well as PL-PRO. So these are all proteins within SARS-CoV-2, and they have their own specific functions, which I think for time I'm just going to continue. But for each protein, we then took these proteins, we ran MD simulations, and we repeated basically the whole methodology. So we ran DRN, we looked at the different features as well as getting all the data, sequence data from GSED. We then took the saved Mpro model that we had, and we applied it to each of the proteins that we chose. So for each one, I'm not saying our results are perfect, but it gave us something where we can then improve from going forward. But from the results, we found out that main protease is a protein that's very globular. So it's like compact in a way. And we found that the protein that we chose, when it was also in a globular state, or like it looked like a globular protein, it gave more or less the same kind of predictions. Whereas if it was elongated, it gave us worse off predictions. So it was unable to generalize over elongated proteins. So when we looked at, this is just the paper that we basically wrote everything on. And going forward, we kind of exhausted everything with SARS-CoV-2, and we decided to look at influenza, specifically a protein named neuraminidase, which is also responsible for the replication of the influenza virus. So the next thing that we will be focusing on is investigating with sequence-based features as first to see if we can predict resistance of the mutation that occurred in the influenza virus. And I'm not sure how quick that was, but thanks to the funders and everyone else.
Questions? It started to become a long day. Okay, chill. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Good night. The next one. Here we go. Hold on.
I also use the board.
The board.
I do. Just wanted to. Just a small.
After a good young pregnant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sabelo Bushima, and I'll be presenting on modulus of smoothness and convexity in norm space under the supervision of Dr. T. Lukoto and Prof. Alela Otafu. This is the outline of our talk. We'll introduce our topic and give the problem statement and the aim and the objectives. In functional analysis, the geometry of norm space studies the shape and the structure of space that have a way to measure the length or the norm. One way to measure the length is through smoothness. In 1944, Day introduced the concept of modulus of smoothness, estimating smoothness in terms of convex of modulus of its dual space. And we also have this author Lendesra who investigated and introduced the additional property of modulus of smoothness. The concept of smoothness describes a norm as a well-defined derivative in all direction and at every point except at the original. That means the norm is pressure differentiable. One can just say a norm is smooth if we have a point in the unit sphere and there exists a unique linear functional f such that f of x is cos 1. In an asymmetric norm space, the norm of x is not the same as the norm of minus x. But in a symmetric norm space, the norm of x is the same as the norm of minus x. Okay. In this study, we explore the geometric property of smoothness in asymmetric norm space. The desired outcome is to establish more comprehensive understanding and setting in an asymmetric norm space and characterize smoothness. We also characterize smoothness in an asymmetric norm space using the asymmetric semi-inner product spaces. We briefly describe the application in operator theory and approximation. The key result on convexity and smoothness of the unit ball were investigated in convex and uniform convexity. In a norm space, as strict convexity, we can say when we have two distinct points in the unit sphere and the norm of the two distinct points is 1, then the midpoint of those two distinct points will be less than 1. Or we can just say when we have an open ball and the line segment lies inside the unit ball, that's strictly convexity. We also investigate strict convexity in the context of asymmetric norm space. And additionally, we characterize strict convexity asymmetric norm space using the asymmetric semi-inner product. The problem statement that we have is that the notion of smoothness and convexity have been studied well in non-linear spaces, but there has been a gap on how this behave in the asymmetric norm spaces. Barnes investigated smoothness by focusing on the geometric property of the unit ball in norm spaces, but there are no result on how the smoothness behave in an asymmetric norm spaces. Luma also introduced the concept of semi-inner product, providing a structure of the unit ball in normed space, but their results do not extend to asymmetric setting. This shows that there is a lack of research on how smoothness and strict convexity behave when the norm is asymmetric and directional. The aim of our study is to investigate the concept of smoothness within the framework of asymmetric norm spaces. And this is our objective. We summarize the smoothness in norm spaces, introduce the concept of smoothness and strict convexity in asymmetric norm spaces. We also characterize smoothness on asymmetric norm space using the asymmetric semi-inner product. We're doing the same also in the strict convexity. We characterize strict convexity on asymmetric norm spaces in terms of asymmetric semi-inner product. We have this example that will just demonstrate whatever that are the theory that I've been saying. We have that C is a fixed real number with the absolute value of C being less than 1. And then we have X being equals to X1 and X2 in the real 2. It's defined in this way. And the P of X is the P is the asymmetric norm. It's sometimes, I'm gonna use the board a bit. The P it's noted in this way. Is the asymmetric, our asymmetric. So here we're going to show that this is strict convexity and it's also smoothness and it is also asymmetric. We have that it is smoothness. When we say something is smoothness, it means every boundary have a unique line tangent. And this here, our equation here, it is indeed smoothness. And then we have that it is strict convexity because we know that by the Euclidean norm that the Euclidean norm is strictly convex and the Euclidean norm is given by that. Meaning that if we apply our definition, this definition that we're given on the formula of the Euclidean norm, we are gonna get that the P of X plus Y over 2 will be the same as P of X over 2 plus P of Y over 2, which it simply means that this is strictly convex. And then we have that our function, it is also asymmetric norm. To check that a function is asymmetric norm, we have various conditions or axioms that satisfy that when they're satisfied on a function, it means that that function is a norm. We first check that it is positive, and if it is positive, and also it is positive homogeneity, meaning if we multiply a scalar in our function, we'll get that the scalar will be multiplied by outside the function. We also show that it satisfies the triangle inequality. And I just wanted to demonstrate the last part that this P of X is asymmetric. If, let's say, we start on our definition that C it's less than 1. If we choose our C to be half, and we choose our X1 and X2 to be 1 and 0, according to our definition, we said we have the square root of X squared plus X2 squared plus C x1. Then if we plug this, our P of X, we're trying to show that our P of X is not the same as our P of negative X. And this, we will have that this is this. Our X1 is 1, our X2 is 0, plus our C is half, then 1. If we put the negative, this will be the negative. This will mean that the P of X, it won't be the same as the P of negative X. And then this shows that this is asymmetric, it's not symmetric. But this condition, if we do not restrict our C to be less than 1, let's say we just said for any C, if I can just put C to be 0, this will be symmetric. It means that we had to restrict our C so that this can be asymmetric. This is what I'll be, I just explained this here. And this is our references and my acknowledgement. And I would also like to thank the NRF and NITIS for this opportunity and the funding. Thank you.
Tuesday afternoon tiredness kicking in, but we're almost done. We're almost done. So thank you very much again for your talk. Thank you. Two more to go. Good job. Here we go. No, exactly.
Is indicating It's kind of explains the problem, but really how to fix it.
Is there more?
Did I know? It's just notation. It's not. If you choose to, you know, it's not.
I have. Oh, so I should be looking at that.
Well, yeah. You must be looking at the office when you're looking at the
It doesn't work at all because it's not a physical laser.
It's not a laser.
It's
essentially moving the mouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll manage. Yeah.
Allows you to see where to.
Okay, hello, my name is Kufano. I'm from this university and my supervisor is Dr. Lars Joseph. I'm undergoing the first year of my master's and my project title is Numerical Verification of Parisi-Sula Supersymmetry in the Presence of a Boundary, specifically for the D is equal to 5 random field Ising model. It's a bit of a mouthful, but I'll try step through the concept slowly so everyone gets a good grasp. Okay, so what is the Ising model? So the Ising model is the simplest model to describe the dynamics of a ferromagnet. So this is the Hamiltonian of the Ising model, and you have. Okay, so you have a K term that will control the nearest neighbor interactions, and you have the H, which controls the external magnetic field. So if you have a positive K value, you'll have that spins close to each other will want to align with each other, and if it's negative, they want to anti-align. So the spin values can either take 1 or -1 values. The 2D Ising model is shown over here, where the spins are just shown as vectors going up or down on the various lattice points of the lattice. And over here is the phase diagram of the 2D Ising model, where M is the magnetization. So it's the net alignment of the spins. So it's a high magnetization is where you have a lot of the spins on the 2D Ising model pointing the same direction. So over here it shows as you increase the temperature, you get more disorder, and at a critical temperature, you have a change from like a positive magnetization to a zero magnetization, which is complete disorder. Okay. Okay, so the critical behavior of many thermodynamic observables can be described by the power laws, which are these, and then the exponents related to the power laws are called the critical exponents. So as you can see, here's magnetization, which I just described, and magnetic susceptibility. I'm sure a few of you guys are more familiar with those terms. And a universality class is a set of physical systems that have the same critical behavior. So they'll share similar critical exponents, and they're usually of the same dimension. Okay. So surface criticality. So the Hamiltonian I showed you earlier can be broken down into a bulk part and a surface part. Over here is a 3D Ising model, and you have spins on the surface, and you have spins on the interior, which are the bulk. So the spins on the surface can have its own nearest neighbor interactions, which I'm describing over here. So you'll call that the surface coupling interactions, and the critical exponents of the surface is usually different to the bulk critical exponents. So you'll have different thermodynamic quantities. So you'll have a surface magnetization and surface susceptibility. Okay, so this is the expected behavior of the Ising model, where you have, this is the inverse bulk coupling constant. So as it's going up, it's actually decreasing. So what you assume is for a high coupling constant, you have the bulk and surface spins are highly ordered. And as the coupling decreases, you have a bulk disordering and you have a surface disordering. So so this is the orderly transition where the surface orders at the same time as the bulk. But this is the actual behavior where for a strong enough, this is sort of the surface coupling. So for a strong enough surface coupling, you'll get the surface ordered where the spins are aligned and then the bulk are disorientated. Okay, so that's called the extraordinary transition. I'm going to be focusing on the ordinary transition. Yeah, so there's the pure Ising model and the random field Ising model. Returning back to the Hamiltonian, this is a bit different because it has an HI, and that means you have a unique external magnetic field value at each lattice site, or at each spin site. So that's the random field Ising model. It's a random magnetic field dispersed through the lattice. But for a pure Ising model, you don't have this part at all. You don't have any external magnetic field. So the random field Ising model approximates a physical system with like magnetic impurities, which may change the behavior. This is just the case of an H that is dispersed throughout the lattice. So all the spin sites feel the same external magnetic field. It's different for the random field Ising model. So these are two foundational papers for this work. So the first one describes how supersymmetry emerges for the random field Ising model, and that relates a d-dimensional random field Ising model to a d-2 pure Ising model. So this relation was confirmed in 2019 for the d is equal to 5. So you had a d is equal to 5 random field Ising model related to a 3D pure Ising model. Okay, so this is a diagram that sort of describes this. So what you have is at the critical point of the random field Ising model, that can be described by a conformal field theory, and which would have some supersymmetry, and that supersymmetry would give a dimensional reduction to the pure Ising model, which at a critical point also behaves like a conformal field theory. So yeah, the most interesting about this is both C and A, you get a dimensional reduction. Yeah. So I was talking about the surface behavior earlier. So random field models usually have a finite volume and have a boundary. And this boundary is described by a defect conformal field theory. So what we want to know is if this random field Ising model GFCFT or DCFT has that supersymmetry that can give us the dimensional reduction. So we want to know if a D-dimensional random field Ising model boundary is related to 3D or D-2 dimensional pure Ising model boundary. So a paper came out last year which actually prove this relation. Yeah. Okay, so our project is to test this on D is equal to 5 as well. So to verify this dimensional reduction, we're going to compare the D is equal to 5 RFIM boundary with the 3D Ising model boundary. Okay, so those would belong to usually two different universality classes because they're different dimensions. So we're going to calculate the critical exponents related to the 5D RFIM boundary with the 3D Ising model boundary. So this is what the theory would predict. This is the magnetization exponent. So they should be equal. And this is the target value. And this is for the correlation length. I won't really go into that, but those two should be equal. And the reason why we want to calculate those two is because from those two, we have relations that can help us calculate the other critical exponents. So the objective at this point is to compute the critical exponents with a 3D Ising model boundary using Monte Carlo methods. So I'm going to get those critical exponents I mentioned earlier using Monte Carlo simulations and finite size scaling approach. So FCS gives us these thermodynamic quantities at the critical temperature. Okay, so yeah, this is the implementation plan. I'm going to model a 3D Ising model where you have an open boundary in the Z direction. And those are the different lattice sizes I'm going to compute. That's how I'm going to compute the thermodynamic quantities. I'm going to use the Wolf cluster algorithm, 10 to the 6 sweeps for each lattice, and histogram storage for the quantities. So the expected outcomes is that I should get the target values I mentioned earlier for the 3D, and then I'm going to have a fundamental basis to attack simulations for the 5D RFIM, since it's much more difficult. So yeah, I'm going to have a code and analysis pipeline ready for 5D RFIM. And the 3D theory and simulations will form some basis for my thesis. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. I just wanted to ask, in your expressions for the Hamiltonians, they often have a sum. I just wanted to ask what the index of how to interpret the notation of the index on that sum. It seems to say like expectation value of ij or something.
I thought so too. It just means that you don't, that these I and j's have to be different, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's neighboring.
Like some of ij distinct.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Now, last but not least, who is the last one?
There's video versions.
Last one of the day.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Nantaweko Kamala. And actually, my singing actually is close. So yeah, I'm the last one. So yeah, I'm closing for today. I'm currently doing my PhD, second level. Actually, my favorite because I registered late, like last January. So yeah. So my talk is title is Design of Collectors for Recovery of Pentlandite and Rhyolite Minerals doped with platinum, magnesium, and silicon impurities. This study is under the supervision of Professor Mwepe and Professor Mkori. Okay, so in South Africa, pentlandite and rhyolite are found in the layered intrusion Berinsky Reef of the Bushveld Ancient Complex. It is located in four provinces. It's Gauteng, the western limb is in Gauteng and northwest. The northern limb is in Limpopo and the eastern limb is in Mpumalanga. So pentlandite is a primary nickel iron sulfide mineral, while rhyolite is a secondary mineral that forms through the alteration of pentlandite, which is usually through X solution during the cooling of pentlandite. And these minerals are economically important due to their high nickel content. They are associated with charcoal pyrites and pyrotites and major host of platinum group elements such as palladium and rhodium. These are the bulk structures of pentlandite and rhyolites. Pentlandite has a space group FM3M and rhyolite has a space group FD3M. They both have two types of metals, iron and nickel, which occupy octahedral and tetrahedral sites. Impurities such as magnesium and silicon tend to coat pentlandite, which reduces its floatability. There is a study that has shown that there is also small concentrates of platinum in pentlandite. Rhyolites the formation of rhyolites has a impact on the flotation of pentlandite, which reduces the nickel recovery. Therefore, we need to find high selective collectors to improve the flotation of pentlandite and rhyolite minerals. This study employs machine learned force fields with initial molecular dynamics to investigate the pentlandite doped with precious metals and impurities and rhyolite surface interaction with collectors. Nickel is widely used in a range of industrial applications such as rechargeable batteries, stainless steel, shaped mineral alloys, and others. And there is the rising demand for nickel suggests that the current nickel reserve may soon be insufficient to meet future demands. And impurities such as palladium and magnesium and silicon, they pose some challenges during flotation, which reduces the recovery of nickel. There is also little information on pentanite and violarites for both computational and experimental aspects. Therefore, we need to find novel collectors tailored for functional groups that selectivity absorbed onto palladium, magnesium, and silicon modified sites on pentanite and violorite surfaces. The aim of this study is to investigate the interaction of novel collectors with platinum, magnesium, and condom pentanite and violorite mineral surfaces using DFT and AMLF methods. The objectives of the study are to perform full geometry optimization of the bulk using DFT. I already did that one, but I haven't done the MLF parts. I've also designed and optimized my collectors. So I'm currently cleaving and determining the most stable surface using DFT. I have not started with the MLF part. So the next step is to investigate the absorption of the novel collectors for pentanite and violorite using pure DFT methods. Then later on, we investigate the absorption of the novel collectors on pentanite and violorite using MLF. It's 300 kelvins. So there's some of the collectors I have used in my previous study. So a collector is like a chemical that renders they render the minerals hydrophobic, which means they make them to repel water. And then the collector has a hydrophobic group, which is responsible for the repellent property. And then there's polar group. The polar group is the one that binds to the mineral. And then there's a hydrophilic group, the one that attracts water. So dopants will be introduced using substitutional search. Yeah, dopants will be introduced using substitutional search and universal cluster expansion. I need to put this stuff down. And then the collector molecules were designed using modified using Material Studio. Then the vast code is being used to investigate the bulk and surface structural properties. And the plane wave cutoff energy was varied. We already did that. And then we've also optimized the geometry to find the key points. Yeah. And then, so to find a most stable surface, we are going to calculate the surface energy using equation 1, where the E surface, E surface is the energy of the surface, and then E slab is the energy of the slab, and then N is the number of atoms per slab, and then E bulk atom, like it's the energy of the atom. It's the energy of the atom in the bulk, like the energy of, yeah. And then the absorption energy will be calculated in equation 2, where the absorption energy is equal to the energy of the system, meaning the collector and the surface and the collector together minus the energy of the surface, which we calculated using equation 1, then the energy of the adsorbate, that one is the energy of the collector. And I would like to thank the mentioned parties. Thank you.
Just thumbs up. What software packages do you use for installation?
Oh, we're going to use on the fly.
Sorry.
On the fly. Yes.
Presentations, yeah. So thank you to all the speakers. Don't forget to submit the votes, yeah. Because what we will do now is, you know, 4 we have the word, yeah, and we will announce the winners there. Yeah? Because we need to give name the subs. So then join us at 4. Venue is yesterday, so same procedure. So happening for local, probably will slowly disappear. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. That is very interesting and productive. Times you do. We think. And latest next year, we find out if all the objectives and aims have been ticked off. I can reference the money back. Frank is. Yes. Okay, and thank you also to Frank and Melissa for coming the long way, and just thank you to you as well for the nice presentation. And enjoy the talk. Again, I sure you are a very nice lecturer for. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.